So greetings, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for another day. This is the EABIC Council of Elders, Priest Reasoning number 14, as we present science versus spirituality. Today is Sunday, May 10th, 2026. Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Call for virtual reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down onto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down onto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew descend upon the mountain of Zion. For me the Lord commanded his majesty, blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reigneth for all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. And cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. Who can find a virtuous woman? A price is far above rubies set in black pride. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for another day of reason one to another, fellowshipping with one another. Give thanks for the EABIC, Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, and the Church of True Divine Salvation. Give thanks for the Council of Elders, the EABIC Council of Elders, coming and standing in this time to set the thing to a moral right, rising the morality and the integrity, amongst us as a people, as gods and goddesses on the earth. So also today we have a program concerning spirituality and can I call the exact headings, but it's showing us where everything is just one. The world come and try change up and divide certain things, but come to show everything is just one. The science and the spirituality. Also today, to the Western system that we are living in, it's a day where the whole world take this day to honor the mothers of the earth. So actually, when you look into it, it transcends all boundaries because it's not to say a black thing per se or a white thing per se, even though it was a white woman, but establish it. It was established for all mothers, near and far. So we give thanks for this day that we can honor our mothers, and the blessed mothers who the Father has put us around. And we do glorify and give thanks. Yahshua, which is a man and woman kingdom, the balance. So the balance. So part of the program will be, I believe the first part of this program will be dedicated to the mothers of the land, wherever you are, and those who are with us right here. Happy Mother's Day to each and every one. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Honorable Empress Miriam, Royal Mama Omega, our beloved mother, can bless us with her angelic voice, with a chorus.
Oh, give thanks, Royal Chair. As you said, she only touched him of his garment, and through his side she stole, and made the crown that gathered around him, and straight as she was old. We give thanks for Jah Rastafari, who keeping us strong, keeping us old, and that we thank God we have his garment to touch, and his blessing and his mercy continue, Wally. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. And welcome again to the Councils of Elders, reasoning one to one and all. Give thanks, my beloved, to Jah Rastafari. Today I'll be singing Key Man, Key Man, Key Man lock the door and gone. Key Man, Keyman, Keyman. Keyman locked the door and gone. But I say, Keyman, 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 Keyman. Bubble Keyman locked the door and gone. 24 elders were saving the ark. Oh, they were saving the ark. Oh, they were saving the ark. 24 elders were saving the ark. Came and locked the door and gone. Keyman, 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 Keyman. Bubble Keyman locked the door and gone. Keyman, 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 Keyman. Bubble Keyman locked the door and gone. 24 elders were saving the ark. Oh, they were saving the ark. Oh, they were saving the ark. 24 elders were saving the ark. Came and locked the door and gone. One more time. Keyman, 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 Bubble Keyman locked the door and gone. Keyman, 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 Bubble Keyman locked the door and gone. 24 elders were saving the ark. Oh, they were saving the ark. Yes, they were saving the ark. 24 elders were saving the ark. Came and locked the door and gone on and on. Holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari, cutting and clearing through Jah, my Lord and Empress, to the chair.
Majesty bless. Give thanks and welcoming word from Honorable Priest Snappy. Oh, Honorable Priest Seventh, Assistant Co-Chair. Pardon, Priest Snappy. We call for the Honorable Priest Seventh, Assistant Co-Chair, my Lord. A welcome word.
Oh, bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress. Wasn't aware of the position. Wasn't aware of the position. Yes, we'll give thanks to, thanks to everyone here today. And give thanks for all hearts and voices join, so that we could build with one another, reason with one another, counsel one another, and reason we serve right as usual. Give thanks for the topic of spirituality and science. We give thanks for each and every one, paying attention and being attentive, so that we can all build and learn from one another and from the information same, So we do give thanks, a true heart of welcome, as the priest did ask, true heart of welcome to each and every one, and a blessed Mother's Day, to all the mothers, near and far. And we give thanks to each and every one. Celestia,
Yeah,
Rastafari.
Thanks,
My Lord and
priest. Thanks for your
Empress.
Mother's Day greetings.
Love, love,
Honorable and
mama, love.
Assistant Co-Chair, do give thanks to the Honorable Priest in his royal position. You know, and man say we are climbing Jacob's ladder. I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Honorable Empress Trisha with the roll call.
Oh, blessed greetings, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for this new day.
Love.
Give thanks for this celebration day. Happy Mother's Day to all mothers of creation. Give thanks and give thanks
Thanks.
even Rastafari, Mama Ray. And give thanks even to our brothers who remembered us today. So give thanks for all the well wishes and all the calls. Today is May 10th, 2026, roll call for the EABIC Council of Elders.
Call the Empress them first.
Honorable Leading Empress Miriam.
Yeah. Bless your love. Honorable Empress, give thanks.
Honorable Empress Miriam of South Africa.
Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Deborah.
Yes, blessed heart of love, honorable empresses.
Myself, Honorable Empress Trisha. Honorable Priest Ainsley of Zion.
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present family.
Honorable Priest Earl.
Royal family, one perfect love.
Honorable Priest Seven.
My Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Blessed Mother dear, honorable empresses, heart of love.
Heart of love, Honorable. Honorable Prophet Pablo.
Blessed love, peace and blessings.
Honorable Bobo Ken. Let the records reflect that at the beginning of today's reasoning, that 11 party members were present. And as we continue, we ask that you stay hydrated throughout the entire program. It is a long program with a lot of information, and we ask that you do stay hydrated, whether you get your regular water, your fruit water, your nuts, whatever you may need to take you throughout the entire day. We also ask that you get your pen, pad, pencil, whatever that you may need to write, because today is going to be one of those days that you are definitely going to need to be writing your thoughts, your questions, your concerns, so that we can reason upon them. We also would like the family to know that we are live streaming on the EABIC Council of Elders YouTube channel. Please like, share, subscribe as we move forward. Going straight into today's, I'm sorry.
Inspiration.
Inspiration. Sorry, I have so many things. Yes, inspiration. Practicing your faith requires patience. You know, no matter what happens, you are aligned with the divine, and that this brings you a peace of mind. You are not stressed because you are in God's living will. The inheritance is real to you and dwells within God's omnipresence. You are not worried. You are not fearful. You are not angry. By practicing your faith, you live in a state of grace with the people in your life. You apply your faith to their lives also. You focus on the good in them and see them as strong. You believe that they are healed and whole, even when things look bleak. Faith brings hope, and hope gives the inspiration to hold on. My Lord and Empress, I do give thanks. Aligning with the Divine by Lady Prima. Blessed love, I'm back to the chair.
Honorable Empress, we give thanks for such inspirational words. and with our agenda, put up the agenda, Empress.
Could we just go into the tribute to our mothers? I would love Chair to give me permission to open it.
All right, but we did say Honorable Empress Miriam wants to give us a chorus at this junction of the reasoning, I believe. So
Empress Miriam from South Africa, you're talking about?
yes.
Yeah, not yet, my lord, not yet. When we're gonna open up the program itself. So just a few more minutes as we pay tribute to mothers. I would like to share a poem entitled Mother's Day, written by Carol Matthews. A mother's love, right from the start, she holds her baby close to her heart. The bond that grows will never falter. Her love is so strong, it will never alter. A mother gives never ending love. She never feels that she has given enough. For you, she will always do her best, constantly working. There's no time to rest. A mother is there when things go wrong, a hug and a kiss to help us along. Always there when we need her near, gently wipes our eyes when we shed a tear. So on this day, shower your mother with love. Gifts and presents are nice, but that is not enough. Give your mother a day to have some peace of mind. Be gentle, be good, be helpful, be kind. Happy Mother's Day to all mothers. Blessed Lord.
My Lord, happy Mother's Day. Any other prophet of
Give
any
give
other
thanks,
prophet of
Miriam,
praise, Pastor.
did you receive it?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Give thanks, Priest Savannah. Oh, powerful, you know.
okay.
And as I'm listening to you, Priest, yesterday I was in the company of my children, you know, and my last baby boy, which is 30, he was in my hand. I was holding him, and I said to myself, you know, you can never stop being a mother. And no matter how old your child is, you will always be a mother. This 31-year-old boy was in my hand yesterday, and I felt so good. So many hugs and kisses I get from my children and grandchildren yesterday. I am very happy. Very, very happy. Thanks, Precious Savannah. That's a powerful poem you have read for us today. Thank you. Thank you, and happy Mother's Day, family. Thank
Blessed
you. Back
love.
to the chair.
Give thanks for receiving it gracefully, Mama.
Any other priest or prophet into statement to say to the in honor of Mother's Day? Floor is open.
Oh, man, oh.
Una no love una mother. I want go on. I want really
That's
go on.
it.
Una no love una mother.
It
I
should
want
be
go on.
so
Come on,
much.
man. Step up.
It should be,
Well,
Step
it
up.
should have been.
while the patriarchs them are going at them heavens, and because I know they want to come up with something unique, that's why you see they hesitate. I will give the Mother's Day song that I always sang to my mother, who is not here with me no more. But every Mother's Day, I sang it to her. And it was unique because 2 weeks after her birthday. So every May she used to get two presents, Mother's Day and her birthday. Mute your mic if you're not. Mute your mic. Okay. M M is for the million things she gave me. O means only that she's growing old.
Woohoo.
T is for the tears she shed to save me. H is for a heart of purest gold.
Oh yeah.
E is for the eyes she used to guide me. R means right, and right she'll always be.
True.
Put them all together, they spell mother. That means the world to me. Happy Mother's Day, Majesty.
Yes, Honorable. Give thanks.
Beautiful, Priest
Others,
Ivy. Give thanks. Beautiful.
And the floor is open for anyone because
step up in a bridge because we have a long program. So step up and
My
let us.
Lord and Majesty. Yes, give thanks also for all of the mothers here and beside and all of those child already. As mine did, you know. I glorify and give thanks. Give thanks for your history personally different with my mother. She's my first Omega in my life, you know, my first goddess. Was my mother
What
as
going with
my
my voice now?
yeah, because my mom now she had 4 sons first. And then she get a daughter. And when she get the daughter told her say she can't have no more child. She should be good with that. So no more kids. And boom, here I come. And the doctor tell her, say, well, it's either one or two things. You have to abort the child or you're going to die. So make a decision. And she said, no, she got to take her chance. And that's how she keep her, you know? And I was the only one named cesarean brought her to cut her, you know? So they used to call me the wash belly. And I grew very, very, very close with my mother all of the years. Even though I was very, very independent still, you know? So I glorify my mother and give thanks to all the mothers, them, you know, who stand up, you know, all the time through the earth when fathers step on the grind. And so the mothers are the one who keep the household straight, you know, make sure everything around on a normal level, you know. So we give thanks to all the one that will balance the strad and give thanks for this day, you know. And I recognize the island, my Lord and Empress.
Give
Yeah,
thanks.
give thanks, my son.
Thanks. Give thanks. That's a beautiful, beautiful story. Give thanks, praise.
Blessed. Floor is open. Any other priest or prophet want to say something?
And I could bless the Lord, my Lord and Empress. I'll just give an analogy. You know, Priest Rasavana and Priest Ainsley come good, and I can't compete with it. You know? Yeah, like give thanks, the analogy is Mother Earth, you know? Same way how the seed is planted in Mother Earth and life comes forth, you know? Same way with the woman, you know? And all life, but without that as we in the human form pregnancy, you know, cultivation and the agriculture form, you know. All things come after that, you know. So we give thanks and glorify, you know, the holder of the seed and the nurturer, you know. And even when I come out the womb, and I still crave that nurture as a big man. And
The
you see,
woman.
yes,
The
this is
woman.
why we love the woman so much for that sensitivity that them could give to I, you know. You see,
The
it's
woman,
so
brother.
it's from young to old, you know. And I crave I mother, you know. So we give thanks for I mothers, sisters, daughters, near and far at this moment, you know. My Lord and Empress. Mama Miga, Selassie,
Yes,
Jah,
yes.
Yeah.
Rastafari,
Rastafari.
Give
my
thanks,
Lord.
Priest Sevens. Give thanks, Priest Sevens, for your
Royal
blessing.
Jill.
Honorable priesthood, my Lord.
Yes, I did post something, you know. I think I will read it here.
Yes, my
Right.
Lord.
Um, yes. It's speaking about the woman, but I'm going to take off the woman and put my mother there, you know.
My Lord.
The mother, the precious gift of humanity. Do I think the mother are the most precious gift from the Creator? Yes, I do. Do I admire the beauty of the woman? Yes, I do. Do I respect woman? Yes, I do. Do I love my mother? Yes, I do. Do I see the charm and the magic in my mother? Yes, I do. Imperfect from the perspective, the mother are the next to the Creator, because without the mother, there would be no humanity. Well, Emmanuel, I?
Selassie,
Lord.
yeah,
Yeah.
Rastafari.
All right.
Yes, you know, and the man say, can the mother love and tender care see was the child she bear, no? You know, and the man say, yes, but tomorrow, you know, I just said mother, because sometimes when the child is disobedient, the mother will bring it and feel away. But tomorrow she said one, I call out to the child that she bear. You know, one perfect love royal family.
One perfect
Yeah.
love praise.
Perfect love, Priest Earl, give thanks.
Yes, I.
Honorable Chair, you could now welcome Empress Miriam from South Africa to serenade us with her.
To start the program. And I have a
To
priest
serenade.
from blessed love. Okay. All right.
Oh,
So we
give
give
thanks
thanks
to
to
the
the name.
thanks, my
We
Lord.
give
Priest
we
Brown,
give
Mr.
thanks.
Priest
Yeah.
Brown.
I just hear them up. Priest Brown, you have anything to say to the empresses them on this auspicious day?
Well, oh, give thanks, my Lord. Well, I'm on history would begin with grandmother, because it's the first mama I saw, according to how my child coming on earth, you know. In later years, I got to in a very close relationship with my mama, you know. So I could say I'm blessed. I've been grown by many mothers. So give thanks to all the mothers of creation. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I,
Lord.
Selassie,
Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari,
All right. Thanks,
Rastafari.
Honorable Priest Brown.
Good
Yes, my
captain.
lord.
Good cap. Yeah, that's a good captain.
Good job. So we give a moment spent, and we hope that our love and appreciation is felt by the beloved mothers that Jah put us around and all who we get in contact with on our daily ministering of life. Honorable Empress Miriam of South Africa, could you bless us with a chorus now to open up the program? Majesty bless.
Royal Empress Miriam.
Is she on, Empress Trisha?
Yes, my Lord.
Is our mic muted? Yeah,
Yes,
unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, Empress Miriam of South Africa. This is your moment.
I not see her on.
Yes, she's on, but she not. Her mic is muted.
Okay.
I want to see one Miriam do, you know.
That's
Where
what I'm
is
saying.
right? I
She
want to
called
see
get
one.
up.
Yeah, because I'm only seeing one Miriam now.
Yeah. All right. So we're just going to the program. And she come on. I don't know if she get a cold feet or what. So moving forward into the program, Majesty bless my Lord and Empress.
Your floor, honorable
Yes.
priest.
Yes. Continue. The ancient spiritualists had a profound understanding of the cosmos or universe. Each indigenous ethnicity was able to define life existence in their own simplicity. This became a comfortable reality until in the past 300 years or so, when people's brains evolved as knowledge increased. Continue. Science. The name applied to the pursuit of factual information or truths. Repeat, science. The name applied to the pursuit of factual information or truths has yielded a wealth of knowledge. The approval of such a statement is in the technology. For example, the World Wide Web created at Conceit, Europe.
At
CERN.
At CERN.
CERN. The word is CERN.
CERN was
Right.
created at CERN.
Right. CERN, and not to cut you, but CERN, those are the acronyms for the European Council for Nuclear Research. You know, we're not even going to touch the Conceal European Portal something. So it's a European Council for Nuclear Research.
Yes, research. Give thanks. Spirituality has become more than an intrinsic link to the source of I and I being. It is a scientific process of sourcing the human consciousness, but it does not exist without the comprehension of math or numerology, biology, and the sciences. Today's program will attempt to knit the various disciplines together to shed some light on universal truths. Release the deluge and let knowledge flow. The journey begins.
Thanks.
My Lord. We hear no song.
Volume. No volume.
Becomes known. This is not a science fiction world, but a reality created deep underground, beneath the border between France and Switzerland. Here is the largest machine ever built by mankind, the Large Hadron Collider. It is a marvel not only of engineering, but also of ambition, and a testament to our quest to understand the universe at the most fundamental level. But could this device, designed to unlock the mysteries of particle physics, also be the key to opening portals to other dimensions? The idea of spatial portals may conjure up images of sci-fi gadgets and interstellar travel. Still, here at the European Organization for Nuclear Research, also known as CERN,
we might not have any retail stores on St. Croix, but don't worry, Billy's has got your back. Billy's has huge discounts.
they represent the gateway to revolutionary discoveries. Here, the concepts of space, time, and reality are intertwined thanks to the high-speed collisions of subatomic particles. This is not just a story about complex mechanisms and theoretical physics. It's a journey into the heart of what makes our universe move, made with the planet's largest and most powerful particle gas pedal. As we go deeper, we learn how these experiments not only challenge our understanding of the universe, but change it. CERN is nestled among the beautiful landscape of Europe, where the serene tranquility of nature meets human curiosity. The European Organization for Nuclear Research, the epitome of global cooperation, is home to scientists and engineers seeking to unravel the layers of our reality. CERN was founded in 1954 to unite nations in the pursuit of scientific knowledge, and has grown to become the world's largest particle physics laboratory. Here, more than 10,000 minds from over 100 countries converge to push the boundaries of human knowledge. The heart of the organization's research is located deep underground. The Large Hadron Collider, or LHC. This outstanding example of human ingenuity spans 17 miles, a circular tunnel in which the most advanced scientific experiments ever conceived are conducted. As the most powerful particle gas pedal on Earth, the LHC allows physicists to recreate the conditions that occurred moments after the Big Bang. By accelerating particles to near light speed and colliding them with each other, the LHC helps us explore the fundamental particles that are the building blocks of the universe. But CERN's role goes beyond particle physics. As a center of global scientific research, it is also a hotbed of technological advances. Innovations developed here, such as the World Wide Web, have fundamentally changed our world, illustrating how basic research by scientists has gone beyond the laboratory to impact society as a whole. This institution is more than a laboratory. Using the universal language of research and discovery, the European Organization for Nuclear Research brings people and countries together, demonstrating that our quest for knowledge knows no boundaries. If we delve deeper into the basic purpose of the Large Hadron Collider, we find that its true scientific excellence lies in the fact that it allows physicists to test and extend several fundamental theories of particle physics. This machine is as much about brute force as it is about precision and the subtle nuances of particle behavior at incredibly high energies. The standard model of particle physics, developed in the middle of the 20th century, describes the forces and particles that make up our universe. However, it is not complete. The LHC is a unique environment where particles collide at high enough energies to detect phenomena that can either confirm or refute this model. One of the key aspects of the research is the study of supersymmetry, the theory that every particle we know has a heavier superpartner. These partners, if they exist, could unlock many of the mysteries of the universe, including the nature of dark matter. The LHC also plays an important role in investigating the validity of string theory, a branch of theoretical physics that attempts to reconcile gravity with quantum mechanics. It suggests that point particles in particle physics can be replaced by one-dimensional strings. The vibrations of these strings appear to us as different particles. The energy levels achieved in this giant laboratory allow us to explore these ideas, potentially creating new particles predicted by string theory. But beyond the tangible, the LHC has entered the realm of what many consider science fiction. The idea of opening a portal is a term that's often misinterpreted by the sci-fi element of popular culture. Scientifically speaking, a portal is not a mystical gateway to another dimension, as shown in the movies or on television. Instead, it refers to the potential creation of microscopic black holes during particle collisions. These phenomena, predicted by the same string theory, would be extremely short-lived and would not pose a threat to our existence, as the sensational news of the yellow press suggests. While in pop culture, portals may be portrayed as doors to alternate realities or times, in the world of high-energy physics, they represent an opportunity to observe and study conditions and particles that can barely exist in the natural universe. These experiments have the potential to open up new dimensions of physics, literally. By analyzing the particles produced by these collisions, scientists can gather evidence that either confirms these theories or sends them back to the drawing board. With its unprecedented ability to test these theories, the LHC acts like a giant microscope, magnifying the very fabric of the universe and helping us understand the fundamental principles that govern everything we see and everything we don't.
Noah's Electronics is the Virgin Islands electronics megastore. When it comes to tech, gaming, music, or
Particle physics is constantly evolving, and each experiment and discovery pushes the boundaries of our understanding of the universe. From discovering fundamental particles to challenging the limit of physics, the achievements of this research center are monumental. At the center of such scientific advances is the discovery of the Higgs boson, a particle integral to the mechanism that gives mass to elementary particles. Discovered in 2012, this breakthrough confirmed a crucial part of the standard model of particle physics and won the 2013 Nobel Prize in Physics. The existence of the Higgs boson, often called the God particle, has answered fundamental questions about how particles acquire mass. This discovery was a triumph of theoretical physics. Also of note is the recent public release of the discovery of the Higgs boson by the CMS collaboration, which marks a significant commitment to open science and collaborative research. Transparency fosters a global scientific dialogue in which hypotheses can be rigorously tested and new theories can emerge from shared knowledge. This release, which includes the unique combined software developed to search for the Higgs boson, allows scientists around the world to explore the intricate details of this monumental discovery. The resulting likelihood function with nearly 700 parameters captures the complexity of the experimental data, offering a multi-dimensional representation that defies even the most sophisticated visualizations. This openness not only democratizes access to cutting-edge science, but also enhances the collective ability to validate and build on key findings. But the journey did not end there. CERN has played a key role in other significant discoveries, such as the isolation of antimatter and the detailed study of quark-gluon plasma, a state of matter thought to have existed just after the Big Bang. Another experiment called ALPHA has successfully trapped anti-hydrogen atoms, opening a new way to study the properties of antimatter. This pioneering work aims to answer the question of why the universe is made up mostly of matter, even though the Big Bang Theory suggests there's an equal amount of matter and antimatter. Another cornerstone of CERN's research is the study of quark-gluon plasmas using the LHCb experiment. By studying quark-gluon interactions, scientists are delving into the study of the strong force, a fundamental force that holds atomic nuclei together. Each discovery at CERN not only adds a new layer to our understanding of particle physics, but also pushes the boundaries of what technology can achieve under such extreme conditions. These experiments require the precise coordination of hundreds of scientists and cutting-edge technology, reflecting the amazing collaboration of people around the world. As you may have realized by now, the LHC is not just a technology loop. It's a finely tuned experimental environment in which the most fundamental questions of physics are addressed. So, how does the Large Hadron Collider work? The process begins by feeding beams of protons into the collider from a chain of small gas petals. Each proton began its journey in a simple bottle of hydrogen, where electrons are stripped from it, leaving bare protons ready for acceleration. These protons pass through a series of gas petals, gaining energy at each stage until they finally arrive at LHC. Once in the collider, the proton beams are boosted to finite energy levels, reaching the 6.8 tera-electron volt mark during the latest 2024 launches. This intense energy is necessary for the protons to collide with sufficient force to decay into a range of subatomic particles, some of which may never have been observed before. The whole process takes place on a scale that's difficult to comprehend with everyday analogies, but we'll still try to explain the concept fully. 1 tera-electron volt is roughly equal to the kinetic energy of a flying mosquito. Thus, 6.8 TeV is akin to the total energy of about 6.8 flying mosquitoes. However, that energy is packed into a particle that is inconceivably smaller than a mosquito. The proton is a subatomic particle, meaning it's part of the nucleus of an atom and has a diameter of about 1 femtometer. By comparison, a mosquito is about 1/4 inch long. To visualize this difference, if a proton were the size of a pea, a mosquito would be the size of a large skyscraper. But all the energy of a moving skyscraper would be packed into such a small object.
We might not have any retail stores on St. Croix, but don't worry, Billy's has got your back. Billy's.
So let's continue. Of crucial importance in the whole process is the achievement of proton beam stability, a state when the beams are dense and well focused. The beams are carefully regulated or squeezed to ensure they collide in the detector at the point where they can be most effectively studied. This process involves precise control of the many magnets around the LHC ring that guide and focus the beams. The collider has already produced its first stable beams at unprecedented energy levels in 2024, marking the official start of this year's physics data collection season. The third year of LHC Run 3 promises 6 months of proton collisions with energies of 13.6 teraelectron volts at even higher luminosities than before, meaning more collisions for data gathering experiments. This phase will be followed by experiments with lead ions, providing a different set of conditions to study. Also this year, the ATLAS experiment has already achieved a milestone in particle physics by measuring the width of the W boson for the first time. This parameter, crucial for understanding the weak force carried by the W boson, was found to be 2202 mega electron volt, which agrees well with the predictions of the Standard Model. Moreover, at the forefront of investigating the fundamental asymmetries of our universe, the LHCb collaboration has made significant progress in understanding the complex interplay between matter and antimatter. In recent experiments, they have studied the behavior of the neutral D meson and neutral strange B meson, uncovering new layers of complexity in how these particles violate charge parity symmetry. The neutral D meson, consisting of a charm quark and an up antiquark, has shown a peculiar quantum quirk. It can spontaneously transform into its antimatter counterpart and back again. This phenomenon has been captured with unprecedented precision in recent data sets from the first 2 LHC runs. The current study aims to identify potential CP violations in these transformations, which may shed light on the predominance of matter over antimatter in our universe. Similarly, the neutral strange B meson, consisting of a bottom antiquark and a strange quark, showed time-dependent CP violations when decaying into quark-gluon plasma. This observation marks a significant advance, as it was achieved with statistical significance beyond the typical discovery threshold in particle physics. These results not only confirm the known behavior of these particles, but also open new avenues of research. With the LHC now operating at higher luminosities, future data could further refine these measurements, potentially leading to new physics beyond the Standard Model that could explain dark matter and matter-antimatter asymmetry. In the vast universe of information surrounding the Large Hadron Collider, many myths and sensational stories have taken root. Today we'll try to clear up these misconceptions and explore the real scientific picture going on deep beneath the surface. One common myth is that experiments at the collider can inadvertently produce black holes capable of consuming the Earth. Now, while the LHC can create tiny black holes, they are on the quantum scale and evaporate almost instantaneously through a process known as Hawking radiation. Stephen Hawking's theoretical predictions convince us that these microscopic black holes pose no danger. They provide a fascinating insight into gravitational forces, but are far from the end-of-the-world scenarios depicted in science fiction. Another dramatic claim is that the collider opens portals to other dimensions or causes catastrophic natural disasters. Such scenarios, although popular in movies and on television, are not supported by any scientific data. The LHC's primary mission is to test the predictions of theoretical physics, to study the particles and forces at work in the universe, not to disrupt the fabric of reality as we know it. CERN operates under strict safety protocols. Comprehensive checks and risk assessments are carried out regularly to ensure that all experiments are safe, not only for scientists, but also for the environment. And finally, stories of supernatural phenomena or secret experiments are completely unfounded. As a transparent scientific organization, its research is published and available to the global scientific community. The commitment to openness extends to public documentation, accessible databases, and collaborative projects across continents. As we continue our journey, we want to remind ourselves to remember to rely on proven facts and scientific research. As we delve into the theoretical underpinnings of multidimensional research at CERN, we are exploring concepts that push the boundaries of our understanding of the universe. These areas of physics consider the possibility that our universe may not be limited to the 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time that we experience every day. The idea of higher dimensions comes from theories such as string theory and superstring theory, which both suggest that particles are not zero-dimensional points, but rather one-dimensional strings vibrating in multi-dimensional space. These theories suggest the existence of up to 10 or 11 dimensions, which may help resolve inconsistencies between quantum mechanics and general relativity. In practice, researchers at CERN use the Hadron Collider to investigate these higher dimensions indirectly. One approach is to look for signs of particles that may exist only in these higher dimensions, or effects such as the formation of microscopic black holes. The search for extra dimensions is not just a quest for knowledge about the fabric of space. It also has practical implications for understanding the fundamental forces of nature, including gravity. If extra dimensions do exist, they may explain why gravity is much weaker than other fundamental forces. Beyond theoretical curiosity, the study of higher dimensions can lead to technological advances in fields such as quantum computing and materials science, as these concepts push the development of new technologies to detect and measure extremely small and fast phenomena. As we delve deeper into the uncharted frontiers of particle physics, a new CERN initiative, the Search for Hidden Particles Project, or SHIP, is poised to revolutionize our understanding of the cosmos. The ambitious project aims to detect elusive ghost particles that may hint at higher dimensions beyond our 3-dimensional space. The SHIP experiment is based on an innovative concept. Unlike traditional collisions at the LHC where particles smash into each other, SHIP will direct them toward a fixed target, increasing the probability of detection. The method is expected to be 1,000 times more sensitive than any existing equipment at CERN. These ghost particles, potentially constituting dark matter or other unknown aspects of dark energy, remain invisible under ordinary conditions because of their extremely weak interactions with ordinary matter. The implications of the discovery of such particles are profound and will probably change our fundamental theories of physics. Along with SHIP, plans are underway for a future circular collider, which should be a leap forward in particle collision technology. It is planned that this collider will reach its full potential by the middle of the 21st century and will push the boundaries of human technology and scientific research. Potential discoveries made at SHIP and the Future Circular Collider could open new chapters in the history of our universe, from advancing our understanding of fundamental particles to creating new technologies. The implications to go far beyond particle physics, promising a glimpse into the very fabric of the cosmos and perhaps even into the higher dimensions that weave it together. As CERN continues to support its scientific achievements, the quest for knowledge is moving forward, promising a future in which the mysteries of the universe will be revealed one collision at a time.
We might not have any
God, an empress. Continuing, you have a next video? And I have a
No.
preach Rastafari. But some heavy
Give
stuff though. Heavy stuff.
Give thanks, family. Yeah.
This will basically be a recap of everything that we
Yes.
just.
Prior to doing this research, we have always been speaking about humans controlling certain aspect of our life, especially these days when we are seeing unprecedented weather change and weather patterns, whether it is the category 5 and up hurricanes or the intense earthquakes and tsunamis that tend to damage humans' existence. In what we just saw, CERN is a 17-mile long circle set up to, how would you put it now, to allow the travel of particles. And when they say particles that are almost, invisible to the common eye, that you would have to look under a microscope to identify. And what it does, those particles travel through that 17-mile circle, colliding at certain specific points. Now, a couple of the things I would like to highlight is, if you listen to the names that are given to the different aspects of their research, alpha, God particle, the different names that were just highlighted, they all come from a reality of human consciousness. See, alpha, which we know is the beginning of all things, the beginning of man, the beginning of life, the beginning of human existence. Alpha, just like the omega, the beginning without end, the man and the woman coming into creation and existing throughout time. It's the same way them name them things. Ghost particles, see, meaning particles that are not identifiable by the human vision. See, then now what has happened since 2012 is the discovery of this thing they call the Higgs boson, which is the God particle that they have nicknamed it, or given it that name, the God particle. And what it is doing, what they are trying to do, these scientists are trying to do, is to identify the way that the universe came into existence, the way that galaxies are formed, planets are formed, and be able to track the time in which they came into existence. Now, a lot of this is still, I wouldn't even say theory, because theory, unlike what we may think, theory is not just fictional. Theory is usually backed by a lot of experiment and facts and data. See, but a lot of this is still supposition. there are still, it is ideas or concepts that scientists have come up with throughout time and are now doing the experiment to see if they can prove their concept. The Big Bang, which we heard about from forever, the way in which scientists describe the forming of the universe and the earth and all of that. Most of I and I, as average humans, have not held to that concept because they have not been able to coin the language that can explain it in a very understandable way. There's still so many mysteries and misunderstandings that the inconsistency causes most of I and I to kind of shun it or reject it. But what has happened since 2012 with this discovery of this God particle, they are now able to identify how particles gain their mass and become a thing, become a tangible product or a tangible element in creation. Now, the reason for bringing this and highlighting this, we had a conversation some time back. The Honorable Priest Sevens had brought this conversation to the forefront, along with the Honorable Priest Earl and myself, who was observing the conversation. So I decided to go into the depth of the research to just bring it to the forefront of I and I, because knowledge is power. Whether we want to embrace it as a truth or a fact, or just to know what they are claiming out there, it's very important. Because as we go through the program, you're gonna see you're gonna get some information that kind of knit certain things together in a clearer perspective. See, while we often go on faith, and faith is something that I have noticed in looking at it. A lot of time when we go on faith is because we don't have no empirical evidence. So we go by faith. They say faith is the substance hoped for with the evidence unseen. See, that means just taking it at the basic level that it is. That is issued. That gives you a little overview of the reason for highlighting that video. The rest will speak for itself. The rest will speak for itself as we go through the narrative and build the conversation. Scientists announced on March 14 that a particle discovered at the world's largest atom smasher last year is a Higgs boson, a long-sought particle thought to explain how other particles get their mass. Discovered at the Large Hadron Collider, LHC, where protons zip at near light speed around a 17-mile-long, 27 kilometers underground ring beneath Switzerland and France. The Higgs boson particle is the last undiscovered piece of the puzzle predicted by the Standard Model, the reigning theory of particle physics. So the foundation for particle physics is what they call the Standard Model. Confirming at Higgs boson, physicists say will have wide-reaching implications. Here are some of the biggest consequences. 1. The origin of mass. The Higgs boson has long been thought the key to resolving the mystery of the origins of mass. The Higgs boson is associated with a field called the Higgs field, theorized to pervade the universe. As other particles travel through this field, they acquire mass. Much as swimmers move through a pool, get wet. The thinking goes, the Higgs mechanism is the thing that allows us to understand how particles acquire mass, said João Gomes da Costa, a physicist at Harvard University who is the Standard Model convener at the Large Hadron Center Atlas experiment. Last year, when the discovery was announced, if there was no such mechanism, then everything would be massless. Confirming the particle is a Higgs would also confirm that the Higgs mechanism for particles to acquire mass is correct. This discovery bears on the knowledge of how mass comes about at the quantum level and is the reason we built the LHC. It is an unparalleled achievement. Caltech professor of physics Maria Spyropoulo, co-leader of the CMS experiment, said in a statement last year, and it may offer clues to the next mystery down the line, which is why individual particles have the masses that they do. That could be part of a much larger theory, said Harvard University particle physicist Lisa Randall. Knowing what the Higgs boson is the first step of knowing a little more about what the theory could be. It's connected. The Standard Model is the reigning theory of particle physics that describes the universe very small constituents. Every particle predicted by the Standard Model has been discovered except one, the Higgs boson. It's the missing piece in the Standard Model. Jonas Stanberg, a researcher at CERN working on the Atlas experiment, said last year of the particle announcement. So it would definitely be a confirmation that the theories we have now are right. So far, the Higgs boson seems to match up with predictions made by the Standard Model. Even so, the Standard Model itself isn't thought to be complete. It doesn't encompass gravity, for example, and leaves out the dark matter thought to make up 98% of all matter in the universe. Clear evidence that the new particle is the Standard Model Higgs boson still would not complete our understanding of the universe. Patty McBride, head of the CMS Center at Fermilab, said on March 14 in a statement, "We still wouldn't understand why gravity is so weak, and we would have the mysteries of dark matter to confront. But it is satisfying to come a step closer to validating a 48-year-old theory." The God particle is a nickname for the Higgs boson, an elementary particle that confirms the existence of the Higgs field, which gives mass to fundamental particles. Proposed in 1964 and discovered at the CERN in 2012, this field acts as a universal invisible molasses that allows particles to form atoms and ultimately matter. Key aspects of the Higgs boson theory is mass acquisition, which are particles passing through the Higgs field, experience resistance, which we perceive as mass. Without the interaction, particles would move at the speed of light, making atoms and stable structures impossible, meaning you wouldn't have no land, no house, no whatever, is what they're trying to say. The particle and field of the Higgs boson is a ripple of excitation in the Higgs field, confirming the field's existence. It is a scalar boson with no spin, charge, or colored charge. The God particle name is coined by Nobel Prize-winning physicist Leon Lederman in his book, The God Particle. If the universe is the answer, what is the question? The term was meant to highlight the particle's fundamental role in the universe and the extreme difficulty in detecting it. Though many scientists dislike the moniker, the Large Hadron Collider at CERN confirms the existence of the Higgs boson on July 4, 2012, validating a key component of the Standard Model of particle physics. The discovery validated the theoretical framework for how particles acquire mass, earning Peter Higgs and Francois Englert the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2013. One of the terms familiar with the God particle, antimatter, is a form of matter composed of antiparticles, which have the same mass as ordinary matter, particles, but opposite electric charge and magnetic moments. When antimatter touches regular matter, they annihilate, converting their mass entirely into energy. Key examples include positrons, opposite of electrons, and antiprotons. While an electron is negative, positron is positive. An antipositron is negative compared to a positive proton. Sorry, an antiproton is negative compared to a positive proton. Upon contact, matter and antimatter annihilate, producing high energy gamma rays. While rare in the universe, antimatter is produced naturally in cosmic rays and radioactive decay, and artificially in particle accelerators. This technical part soon complete for me, so just bear with me. It is used in medical terminology such as positron emission thermography.
Technology.
Yeah,
Medical
thermographic. Medical technology such as positron emissions thermography, PET, scans, which detect cancer and measure organ function. So you see how it applies to I and I as humans in our real time. You know, as they say, it is one of the means of detecting the different cancers that I and I goody can have. Scientists can combine antiparticles to create anti-atoms, such as anti-hydrogen. These are some of the researches that are being done at CERN.
My God.
I know it's a very technical piece that's the technical aspect of things, But want to expose I and I to it so we can understand how they think and what they are trying to achieve. If you notice too, if you watch the video, you don't really see any one of we there. You see, in the great knowledge of the earth since the first century, we have been left out. We have been isolated from the table. Just like when we go to college, we are the Jewish and other non-color people don't get the same education. They
Right.
educate us, even when we get our masters and doctorate, it is to run the business that they assign us to. They don't teach us how to be Fortune 500 CEOs and to be creators. They stole the basic knowledge from us. Over time, they have increased in that knowledge, but that is where the whole concept of Illuminati comes in. The illuminated ones. They have chosen who can know what, when. See, and like we always say from back in the day, anytime you see a new technology being released, it is because they have done mastered it already and now decide that they're going to share it. So they have gone beyond it. So if you see them come up with a laser beam, it's because they have gone beyond laser beam to quantum beam. Anytime we see new technology, the World Wide Web, they had it in use for a good period of time before it was introduced to the general population of the world. So they have mastered it. They have mastered how to use it for what they want to use it for. So this is why we have to seek secular knowledge, like the emperor said. Man needs to achieve secular knowledge so we can be aware of what is happening and how it is happening and how it will affect I and I within our liberty, within our life. Any questions one can pose at this moment before we move forward?
Floor is open. Anyone have question?
Blessed, blessed one and all. I don't really have a question, but I have a comment. I give
Quiet, Honorable.
I give priest thanks, for bringing this up. It was for me personally. It was like for me sitting back in my physics class in college, and for a lot of, especially for a lot of I people, if I'm reasoning with them on quantum physics or even anything of this, is really it's hard to even get them to even understand what it really is and how it could be to I and I them liberty. So that's why I say I give thanks to the priest for bringing this forward. It's a lot to it. I know he have a lot to unpack because right now he just doing one type of physics. He isn't actually even getting into the quantum side of physics. So, and really that's what I love. I love quantum physics. The university I went to, University of Wisconsin, which is at the time was one of the best engineering schools to go to in America. And this is something that we really focus on by building our own particle separator at the school. Probably cost them almost over $100 million to build it. But that's, they would put that into it. So it's good for an item to, if we're going to study it, at least know it. So you have to know what's going on. So I give thanks, for this here day. Blessed love, honorable priest.
Honorable
I know the
Jamaica.
I know the terminologies and the language might be very challenging, but if we listen keenly, you'll pick up bits and pieces, that adds to the knowledge that you already have. Because most of I and I have a basic knowledge of life, These technical areas like particle physics is a key component on knowing how things really work. And as we go going further, it will get simpler and the language will get more clear to I and I. My lord, back to the chair.
Honorable Priest Evans.
Priest Earl.
Which is?
Priest Earl.
Priest Earl.
Oh, Priest Earl, go ahead, my lord.
Yes, my lord. To just make it simplify, all they are talking about, it's just a temple, man and woman, they are studied, right? Because You know, they're speaking about the proton, which is 6, you know, and the neutron, which is 6, and the electron, which is 6. So they may be colliding, putting the proton in that machine there. But it's just a temple of man and woman, you know. So even when them speak about the black hole, what they are speaking about, you know, because when you're planting a seed, right, you know, whether in the womb or in the earth, right, you dig a hole and that become a black hole because for the seed to burst strong, if it stay in the light, it won't burst as strong as when you put it in the earth, you know, just like the womb, right? You know, so when they refer to the black hole, it's just the womb they are speaking about before that you birth and come in at the light. Also the seed, you see? Yeah, so it's just a temple of man and woman, you know, when you break it down, simple. Because no people don't understand even what you're saying, right? Because it is not simplified. But all these people are doing is just study the temple of man. So if you're talking about the universe, the temple of man is not separate from the universe. It is a part of the universe. So all of these study where you see them as study, you know what I mean? It's just a temple of man to make it simple. And the temple of woman. You understand? Yes. So all of them are study even when they talk about theory, right? Theory is just being studied, but it's not a reality. It is something that they are studying, but when you break it down, theory don't face a reality. We are going to deal with theory like it is a reality, but it is not a reality. So these people are just studying us, you know, as man and woman, the temple of man, you know, in this big machine and the Big Bang where them telling you about. Is that a reality? Or them just want to study where everything come from? So this Big Bang that they are telling you about and this gravity, call upon the gravity now where them say, well, and in the sea, right, upon this big ball. You understand? Because this big ball, it have a top, it have a bottom, and it have a side. What they say is a globe. You know what I mean? And then say gravity hold down even the water upon this big ball. You know what I mean? So that is not how water behaves. Water always want to go on the flattest area. So what them telling you about this big ball also, and you know what I mean? And I want to make it too long, but it's just a temple of man and woman. You know what I mean? To make it simple for, you know, the people them that it's still a struggle in their head because you know it's enough individual right here. So what you're saying, they don't get understanding what you're saying because it is not simple. One perfect love.
My lord. Give
All right,
thanks.
as you use the word theory, Honorable Priest Nappy upon the platform, if Honorable Priest Nappy there and can source the look up the word theory for us and give us the etymology of the word theory.
To the chair.
Yes, please.
Go ahead and speak, priest, till I look it up here. My lord.
Yes, sir.
Priest as well.
Yeah, priest 7.
It's Priest Oswald.
Oh, honorable, but I ain't recognizing the voices. Yeah, all right.
We call
Honorable
him a
priest.
Priest 7 these days. Give thanks. Blessed love to one and all, to all the queens and mothers. Happy Mother's Day. Yes, concerning the black hole, what Right Honorable Priest Earl was just talking about. Black hole is a region in space where an immense amount of matter is packed into a tiny hole, creating a gravitational pull. So gravity do exist, although people have doubts of gravity, you know, because people have doubts about everything, right? But this gravitational pull is so strong that nothing can come, not even light can escape. Because the cosmic objects are not actually empty holes, but are rather dense concentrations of matter wrapped into space-time with some boundaries where they call it the event horizon. Now, in plenty of these black hole, dark holes, right? They say stars that burnt out and went into them because the energy within things. This is trying to explain life. It's not negative. When you talk about the big burst theory and them, because people think, instead of people studying and researching it, we tend to doubt everything a little too much. So we have to go into it because it's just the stabilizer what they have and the function what they have. Like this man, what his name, the physicist Stephen Hawking, he left a warning to humanity before his death about the capabilities and threats of the artificial intelligence, and the arrow physicist died in 2012. But before his death, he gave a warning about how humanity might fall, including a warning against trying to communicate with aliens. And he also said, while working with Gibbons Hawkins, he realized that every neutral or non-rotating black hole would lose its masses. Some of them, they don't even last more than 1 point something seconds with the matter in it, because it's all different kind of things to be condensed in it, and we will have been evaporated before our time. This is a revolutionary statement what they are making, that the black holes aren't completely black, but thermal radiation that are evaporated, and we can use it as I was hearing Prisha Shabana saying, to help with cancer and to help certain things. So these information that we are dealing with, we have to deal with it, because in this nature, things are theorized. And in 1964, the priest was talking about it. I hope you all understand what he was saying. And they coined it in 2012, the hard find. They create a nickname by the noble Leon Lederman, who actually wanted to call it the old man particles. You read that, and you said that, or I didn't hear everything. I don't know if I don't want to repeat something that you said, you know.
No, man, go ahead, my lad. You're giving your dissertation. So do your thing, man.
That's it, yeah. So the good old man, because of how hard it was to detect, but publishers changed the name to God's particle. Important. I went straight to me now. I say they call it God particle because that could be the source of our life. You see, our life came from creation yet, but yet still the universe created us, and they say it's just water, but it wasn't water. So these things we have to study, and we have to dig and go deep into research, because they are missing pieces into the standard model of physics. The theory explaining how the universe works. And theory is just information about something. I say I was asking about the theory. But the theory explains how the universe works. And there are just videos and so on. So if we research and we study these things, this is a wake-up call for I and I. Because we are sleeping, we are a little bit lazy, and we don't want to research things. We just want to take things what we know and keep it like that. But nothing remains permanent. Only thing remains permanent is change. My Lord and Majesty, I have a lot more to say, but I don't want to bore people with my conversation. Blessed love one and all. Great,
you find the word yet? Check
Yes, Majesty, I did. So it says,
all right. Yeah.
A theory is a structured, evidence-based explanation or model that describes how or why a specific phenomenon occurs, synthesizing facts, laws, and tested hypotheses. Unlike a hunch or simple guess, a particular scientific theory is rigorously tested, replicated, and used to predict future observation, serving as a framework for understanding complex systems. The key aspects of a theory include explanatory powers. It explains why and how a phenomenon occurs rather than just describing it. Evidence-based, developed from a strong base of data and observation. Systematic framework combines concept, definition, and proposition to explain relationship between variables. Falsifiable, it can be tested and in principle proven wrong or revised based on new evidence. Scientific theory versus hypotheses. A hypothesis is a tentative, testable assumption proposed for investigation. A theory is a established, well substantiated explanation that has often survived the testing of multiple hypotheses. And then
You
that
stop
will
it right
comment.
there. Yeah, man, no, you stop it right there. That is perfect. You hear what I say? Because we always think that theory is just an idea, just some random concept. No, it's an evidence-based
Proven fact.
process. Yes, it's an evidence-based. That don't mean say it don't change, because everything evolves. Because we get more
Not sure.
information as time go on. So what we thought or what we proved last year, this year we might disprove by getting further information from further testing. You understand? That's why the man said the only constant is change. And the honorable priest rightly said it a while ago. But I wanted the priest to identify theory because when we hear the word theory, we are always thinking it's just an idea, just some random sound, some baseless sound. It's not baseless. It is an evidence proven concept. You understand? Meaning that a lot of research has been done, a lot of data has been compiled to either disprove the original hypothesis or to prove it and make it a theory. Family.
To the chair.
To the chair.
Right on.
Go ahead, Priest Evan. Go ahead.
Oh, my Lord, give thanks, Majesty. Yes, my Lord and Empress, give thanks for the reasoning. Yeah, well, when I did my research, I came across a name, Peter Higgs, and they say him was the man who really discovered the God particle, right? And what they say is that truth said was so hard to find, him literally said, the goddamn particle. Yeah, I understand, but that is not respectful, it's kind of derogatory. So, and cut it to the God particle. And they said the goddamn particle. But
Yeah,
anyhow,
that's why them say the
yeah,
moniker. Most scientists don't accept that moniker.
yeah,
Go ahead.
it's always
Go ahead.
it's not respectful.
Mhm.
So this God particle, as we heard in the information, it has antiparticle and it has particle. The God particle, they say that any particle that collide with the God particle at the right time, the God particle can bring mass, can add mass or substance and add more to that. And it creates, it manifests something, visible. Now, this information, what is interesting to me about it is how it relates to spirituality, as we title it, spirituality and science.
Don't get where yet, Don't get where yet, priest. I will get in there, Don't get where yet, so use the brain you come on with, So don't get where yet. We're
Yeah.
getting there.
So
We want to feed the spoon, little by little by, so everybody get the full understanding. So please don't
yes,
don't take out the mystery yet.
yes, so well, it's good to understand first what antimatter is or antiparticle, right? Because if matter is what we can see and what we can touch, it's obvious that antimatter and antiparticles is the unseen, So I just want to give an understanding about spirituality, because most of us, we see spirituality as, it has to pertain to righteousness or God, or something of goodness. But spirituality, more time we include righteousness to it to make it effective in that way. But the man who is doing what they call witchcraft and these things, him is a spiritual man too, and if him want to hurt someone or do something evil, that is spiritual iniquity. Okay, so him is a spiritual man too. So spirituality doesn't have to necessarily mean the right. Spirituality is the unseen matters that we are dealing with, right? This relating to the antimatter and the antiparticle, the unseen matters, the thoughts, the emotions, the feelings of happiness and sadness, just like how they talk about how they use this to heal cancer and heal sickness and things. Yeah, it is the
No,
unseen.
don't put that back, Empress. Put that back, Empress. The next style, the style that you just shift. Yeah. Precept now go. I just want to interrupt you for a quick minute as you
Yes.
talk about antimatter before you go any further. Hear what it says here. One of the terms familiar with the God particle, antimatter, is a form of matter composed of antiparticles, which have hear what it say? Which have the same mass as ordinary matter particles, but opposite electric charge and magnetic moments. So you see, even language is a very tricky language too, because when you say anti, you are gonna think now, well, if one is mass, then the other one will be massless. No, it's just a different form of mass, is what it
Right.
really is.
A
Go ahead,
different
my lord.
form of matter. Yes, a different form of matter. Yeah, so now how I see matter, as we have physical matter, what we could touch, right? And in the English language, when we say we have matters to deal with, we have affairs to deal with, that, but you'll say matters same way, you know? And same way, those matters, as I say, spirituality is the unseen feelings that we have, and you know that is what affect all matters.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
So it's like I say, how it's worded, it's kind of a little bit hard, kind of confusing still, but as we go along, and it will be simplified more. But the reason why I see this information so important still is to understand spirituality.
Exactly, my lord. Exactly. I'm glad you said that. Because
Yeah.
no one's goodly sitting and saying, so what does this have to do with I and with the priesthood and with all of that? As we go into the deeper into this whole program and unfold the information, one's going to see. Like we said, we're going to knit the disciplines together to show you how they complement one another. They don't disprove one another, they complement one another. So
Yes.
yeah, I'm glad you said that, my lord.
Yeah, so we can continue with the program here as there's more information.
My lord.
My lord.
On the screen.
To the chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Honorable Chair, Honorable Priest as well asking for the floor.
Honorable Priest as well.
On the spiritual side, there's a whole different flavor. What we are dealing with is the scientific side, and we are dealing with some things that are infinite. But the spiritual, what they talk about, is called the God article. Typically, it defines the supreme being and the monastic belief and systems as infinite, all-knowing and all-powerful creator and sustainer of the universe and those theories of theology. All these things, the things that we are accustomed going through. So I will break it down. And let's stay on the topic now. Let's stay on the topic on the word principles.
Well, we actually go
I
into
have
the
a lot to say,
international trade.
and I have a lot to learn today, my Lord and Empress.
Pre-sevens, you're up on this is you're up on this piece, my lord. Scientific rationale of spirituality, honorable pre-seven.
My lord.
My Lord and Empress. Spiritually seeking knowledge of the Creator involves an intentional journey of aligning one's soul with its source, combining study, faith, and personal experience to understand the divine. This process often includes cultivating inner awareness through meditation, experiencing God's love, examining the natural world, and studying sacred texts, allowing individuals to recognize their connection to the divine. Many paths emphasize looking within to discover the God self for the soul's inner light, realizing that individuals are aspects of the Creator. This often involves deep meditation or feelings of divine love. Acquiring spiritual knowledge is often described as a combination of intellectual study and spiritual faith. This includes searching sacred texts, doctrine, and engaging in deep reflection to understand God's ways. In attempting to recognize the divine in creation by observing the complexity of nature and the universe is seen as a way to perceive the hand of the Creator. The role of the Holy Spirit, the still voice in many traditions, emphasize that true knowledge comes through spiritual enlightenment, often described as a still, quiet voice or inspiration from the Holy Spirit. Divine empowerment is the gift of knowledge and is viewed as a supernatural ability to understand the deeper truths of God's word and ways, which can be cultivated through sincere desire and devotion. To be continued, my Lord.
Give thanks, my lord. Family, I hope they them listen to that clearly a while ago, that the honorable pre-sevens read, because that gives you that ties in now the first part of what we just did. You understand? Why we touched on the scientific and the physics of creation. You understand? And now it brings you that narrative that was just read, brings you into that realm of spirituality. And as the honorable priest said, spirituality, we often think of it as just righteousness or applied to ceremony and ceremonial order. Spirituality is personal, one, because it is the individual way of tapping into the universal intelligence. We all have that capability within us to tap into that universal intelligence, that higher consciousness, seeing, which is what, in the way that we would do our research, not saying we wouldn't use the same equipment and stuff, but our pursuit of knowledge is for a different reason than the world's pursuit of knowledge is really what I am highlighting here. because as divine beings, people that gravitate towards what is right and best for humanity, that is the way we approach all things. That is not the way all of these people approach things. A lot of them want to know the knowledge, to weaponize it, to use it for different ulterior motives. I just wanted to add that into the whole concept of things.
Worldview of religion. Religion is generally considered a belief system of faith-based worldview rather than a scientific theory or an empirical fact. It operates outside the realm of testable, falsifiable, and repeatable scientific observation. The concept of sacredness, treating specific objects, places, people, or principles as set apart, inviolate, and worthy of profound reverence, has served as a foundational mechanism for human survival, social organization, and psychological stability. By designating certain things as holy or beyond desecration, humanity has established moral frameworks and fostered cohesion that transcend daily mundane interests. Here is how the concept of sacredness has served humanity by fostering social cohesion, shared sacred beliefs, allowing humans to trust one another, act as a team, and cooperate on a large scale. Shared reverence for symbols, ancestors, or texts creates a collective identity that can unite disparate individuals. By creating moral frameworks and laws with sacred teachings which form the foundation of ethical standards and natural laws, translating abstract values into concrete behavioral guidelines. This includes the protection of life, which many cultures hold as sacred and inviolate. The sacred offers...
Meaning inviolate, meaning, sorry, Empress, inviolate meaning not able to be violated, safe, protected. That's what the word means. Go ahead, Empress.
The sacred offers comfort and meaning in the face of death and uncertainty. Rituals and sacred spaces offer solace during crisis, helping individuals cope with anxiety. In the attempt at limiting destructive behavior by placing certain things on a pedestal and holding them apart from profane or selfish use, sacredness acts as a protective mechanism for human life, natural resources, and social norms. Many cultures have traditionally treated certain aspects of nature, such as lakes, mountains, or forests, as sacred, which served to preserve crucial resources. The sacred inspires awe, creativity, aesthetic feelings, and the capacity for deep emotional experiences, allowing individuals to connect with something larger than themselves. While crucial for cohesion, the concept of sacredness can also be a source of conflict when different groups hold competing, incompatible sacred values. Rationalizing science and religion involves recognizing them as complementary tools addressing different realms of human experience. Science investigates the natural world's mechanism, the how, while religion explores purpose, meaning, and the supernatural, the why. Reconciliation often uses frameworks like theistic evolution or treating spiritual texts as metaphorical rather than literal science textbooks. An alternative view suggests science and religion cover different domains. Science covers empirical facts and theories, while religion covers ultimate values and moral meaning. These are not mutually exclusive. For instance, scientific laws like gravity describes how a phenomenon occurs, while a religious worldview can explain the ultimate cause behind it. In accepting evolutionary science and the age of the earth, while believing these processes are mechanisms of divine creation, and view religious texts as profound allegories concerning human existence rather than empirical descriptions of cosmic history. One of the common areas of misunderstanding is literalism. Problems often arise when religious texts are interpreted literally. Example, as the seven-day creation, in direct contradiction with scientific evidence. Rationalization fails if God is only used to fill gaps in scientific knowledge. Theologians often view God as the sustainer of the entire physical reality, not just the unknown parts. Skeptics of scientism often criticize the statement that science is the only path to truth, as science cannot prove ethical, aesthetics, or philosophical truths. Historically, many founders of modern science believe.
Example.
Again, historically, many founders of modern science, like Newton and Kepler, believed that studying nature was a way to understand the Creator. Their shared belief is that both require a faith that the universe is rational, orderly, and intelligible. As Albert Einstein famously stated, quote, "Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind." To be continued, my Lord and Empress. Should we go into
Majesty bless Honorable Empress.
or should we go into the music?
Yeah, go to music and then we can come back to the question. Listen to the words, family. It's all about the words.
Ain't no one know at sunrise how this day is going to end. Can't no one know at sunset if the next day will begin. Hear me singing, can't no one know at sunrise how this day is going to end. Can't no one know at sunset if the next day will be. One more time. at sunrise. How this day is going to end. Can't no one know at sunset, mama, if the next day will be. You know the trouble of the world fill our hearts with rage. From Soweto to Stonewall, Birmingham and LA, we're searching for hope that lies within ourselves as we fight against misogyny, race, hatred, and hate. Can't no one know at sunrise how this day is going to end. Can't no one know at sunset if the next day will be. You know the trouble of the world fill our hearts with rage. From Soweto to Stonewall, Birmingham and LA, we're searching for hope that lies within ourselves as we fight against misogyny, race, hatred, and hate. Can no one know at sunrise how this day is going to end? Can't no one know, mama, sunset if the next day will be. Can't no one know at sunrise how this day is going to end. Can't no one know at sunset if the
Rastafari.
day will be.
Most High, Selassie, Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
They will seek for freedom will never be satisfied until it comes. I and I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, my Lord and Empress. Any questions concerning the last couple readings?
Yes, my lord. Honorable priest, my lord.
So if the
Bobo Ken
reading,
is speaking. Bobo Ken is speaking, you know.
Your honorable priest, my lord, could you repeat the question again? I wasn't prepared to answer.
Little
anyone
louder,
hear
Bobo
me?
Ken. Barely I hear you. Barely I hear you. I can't even hear you for interpret for you.
Yeah, honorable
in
priest,
my
my lord, I said, could you repeat the question again? I wasn't prepared to answer.
Oh, okay. There is no real question, you know. We were just asking if ones have questions about the narrative that they heard before the music, before the song. Honorable cheer back to the eye.
My Lord. So if I analyze what I hear Precept saying properly, spirituality can be used for ill gain then. Is when you put righteousness with the spirituality, it will make it divine. Is that a right assessment?
I would say that right. I can't speak for everyone, but I would say that that's a right assessment because spirituality is knowledge, is a way to tap into knowledge. How you use that knowledge now determine whether it is good or evil. If you're using it for the benefit of life, then we know what it is. But if you're using it for ulterior motives, for power, for gain, for self-gain, self-aggrandizement, for control, for, revenge, then we know that it is evil. And it's the same spirituality. You understand? Because all it is a process of gaining infinite knowledge, my Lord.
Yeah, get down to that, Clara, because I'm gonna
Pretty,
understand
pretty
from the
clear.
whole. Yes,
From
priest.
the word, that's from the words of the Majesty, and I remember just says spirituality comes from the soul, right? And the next thing to understand now is the soul. What does the soul make of? Make of, right? That is all our emotions, all the unseen thoughts and aspirations and all of these things. When we talk about the soul of Africa, which will never die because so many of us have stepped into that energy. You understand? So that is all it is right there, spirituality. Whatever the soul is dealing with. Yeah, that is the level of spirituality you're dealing with. I say so it can go anyhow, good or evil, my lord.
To the chair.
Honorable priest.
Yeah, well said, Priest Stephen, and well said, right honorable Priest Rashavana. Because Emperor Haile Selassie, I say, spirituality is a network. So you can use the network for good or for bad. Or you can break it down between people. Spirituality, as Imperial Majesty said in one instance, spirituality is a communication between the universe and I and each other. If you want to put a God in between that, we could do that too and make it to break down a network. So it's a network and it's however we want to use it. Everything is however we want to use it. And you see the information we are getting here today from the both sides, they are good. They are good information. And we need to practice this a little more. My Lord and Majesty.
Yes.
Yes,
But His Majesty also, with that same speech, when say spirituality is a network with an individual to the creator, to the universe, and to each other. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody was
Yes, look,
calling for the floor.
Priest, Priest
Adigan.
Adigan.
Sorry.
God, the late coming into I man take about his life. Anyway, my Lord and Empress, do give thanks, Give thanks for the victory celebration going through same way, as we continue on and we know further down the line we have Africa Liberation Day coming up on the 25th of May and all these things 20 days after such victory. Anyway, His Majesty said in one of his speeches, progress must be moral. There's a part in that speech where he said, knowing that spiritual advancement must keep pace with material advancement. That means align to complement each other. So when I want to talk about the antimatter and these kind of things, that brought that speech from His Majesty to my thing. One speak of the spirituality being a network. But I remember His Majesty saying that spiritual advancement must equally keep pace with material advancement. So that's His Majesty's international morality take and how he approach things shows me his spirituality, and it wasn't just being a Christian and just dealing with the God thing. And I've always had that concept. So the spirit is used according to the individual who comprises of that spirit. If that individual is of bad, the spirit will come over bad. That individual is of good, then it will come out the good. So I do agree that spirituality is not just a religious thing connected to some church or some, so in order for spiritual and material advancement to come together, because remember, them say God is a spirit and those who worship must worship in spirit and in truth. And the truth is in the material, because it's the material that speaks of the spiritual, which is the physical being, because the spirit does not exist of itself. It is we in the physical that speaks of spirituality. Spirituality does not speak for itself alone. So the material and the spiritual have to complement one another in order to convey that understanding to the global world, my Lord and Empress.
Give
My
thanks.
Lord.
Give thanks.
My Lord. You made a statement, but His Majesty speak about. Right? A common thing that amongst ourselves. Spiritual and material advancement must go hand in hand. What is the clearance of that statement?
It's in a speech called
I know.
Oh,
I
you
say I
want to know
want
the
to know
meaning? The meaning, yeah. You
that
want to know the
statement.
Oh, you're asking
What does it really mean?
Well, the understand, like I just said, the simplicity, right? The spirit is all right, like then say first God is a spirit, right? And him dwell in flesh, right? We always talk about God in flesh, but there's a spirit of God that dwells in that flesh, while you're saying that flesh is God. You understand? There's a certain dissemination of a certain aura within that. So to me, when it says spirit, if we are not here, right? The spirit is not speaking for itself. We exist for a reason, you know. So we complement that spirit by our testimonies of it, our conveying of it. So that, to my understanding, when him said them go hand in hand, right? Without the human existence, right? The spirit has nothing to do. It's dormant. It needs whether the spirit's gonna move in a man or an animal or whatever the being be. It's like when you look, all right, like in the Hindu culture, they have a man named Gangan, a youth. Something did happen to him, and them replace him human head with an elephant head. You understand what I say? It's like when I was reasoning with a Hare Krishna person one time, he told I straight he understands why I say Haile Selassie is the Almighty God. God exists in all things, and that's a Hare Krishna telling I this. So what I'm saying, we're speaking of spirituality, and it is us in our human existence speaking of that spirituality. So to me, when you say spiritual advancement must keep pace with material, right? It is the material being, which is us, who is conveying the message of the spirit. The spirit is not just conveying a message of itself, or we just hearing voices in our head. That's not how I see it anyway. I believe our existence make the spirit important. Because it's we speaking of the spirit, you know. It's we speaking of the spirit. It's not the spirit saying, I am this, I am that. Huh? You understand?
Yeah,
So
we get what.
we might sound like we repeat, but in you ask what
We
is
get you, man.
important. Without us, there is no concept of spirituality. It's human beings talking about spirituality. So that
We get you, man.
is keeping pace with one another. Without the human existence, there's no spirituality to talk about.
My Lord.
We get you.
Yes. Give
Yeah, give
thanks
Priest
for your
Nappy.
clearance.
Yeah, I knew Priest Nappy was coming in. I could have put money on that. Go on, Priest Nappy.
No. I just think that since we're talking about like spiritual advancements and material advancements, I think maybe let's just maybe ask the question about, because His Majesty said we must seek secular knowledge, right? So secular knowledge refers to understanding and information that is non-religious, worldly, and focus on this life rather than spiritual or supernatural matters. It is based on empirical observation, reason, science, and human experience. typically operating independently of religious doctrine, dogma, or theological. The key aspect of secular knowledge is non-religious based. It does not rely on faith, divine revelation, or sacred texts, separating itself from ecclesiastical or spiritual domain. It emphasizes knowledge acquired through study, experimentation, and observation, such as science, history, literature, and technology. It deals with the material world and human affairs, in layman terms, civil knowledge, often used in education to provide a curriculum based on evidence that is neutral towards specific religious belief. So, it will show you that, yeah, to really be advanced, secular knowledge, knowledge of something in the earth wrong. Plumbing is a secular knowledge. Mechanic is a secular knowledge. A lot of these things, profession in the earth, it's like secular knowledge. And it increase supposed to go hand in hand, per se, as the man say, to get the best.
My Lord.
My Lord. Glory and give thanks.
My
That
Lord.
is spiritual, because just to make this point, the reason why man said that, is because during the era they're coming up, a lot was based upon spiritual thing. Was as the church. The church, if you know Ethiopia, almost every couple of minutes another, this observation are going and this are going, the church. And his master said, look here, brethren, yes, we know the church is good, but for really be the best you can be, you have to get secular knowledge to my Lord. Glory.
My Lord. Bless. What you say there is right, but how we can blend it now to say spiritual advancement and material advancement must go hand in hand. The spirituality teaches us, to be an honest person, a person with moral integrity, and a overall good person. So that means to say now, when you're in a secular or the material part, you must let that spiritual guide you. So you're advancing in whatever you're learning, But you find you is a man now, when you're a mechanic and a man come by you, he's an honest mechanic. He can trust you. You know that way there? So the spiritual and the secular knowledge moving hand in hand. In that the secular knowledge creating a liberty for you where you could be the best at what you try to be, and the spiritual knowledge keeping you as that godlike, in flesh, that man, that woman, that anyone who taking part in your business will be glad to come by the eye. My Lord.
To the chair.
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, my lord. It's a multiple dimensional understanding is what I am hearing here, because I haven't heard none of the three ones that have declared say anything wrong. The Honorable Priest Adigan spoke his understanding and there was nothing wrong said. Priest Nappy gave you the etymology and the technical understanding of it, and I gave a spiritual understanding of it. Now I will just put in my little twist into it, which is nothing different either, in the sense that the man said your spirituality and material progress must go hand in hand.
Yes.
Spiritually, every day we get up, we try to be greater in ourselves, better in ourselves, have a greater understanding of self. That is spiritual, Because remember, spirituality is personal. See, so it's the personal growth in the divine way, as the eye is saying, Honorable Chair, that is speaking to. Now, the material or the secular knowledge is the knowledge of creation of the world, of how we fit into the whole creation. So the man is saying we need both of them to really be a balanced individual. Because many of us, that's why we have wars in the world, And that's why we have what you call imperialist capitalists. Those are unbalanced individuals or unbalanced philosophies. because an imperialist capitalist want to control everything and govern everything and rule everything. Seeing, while a divine person, a person that is spiritually conscious of themselves, know that we can possess really nothing because we are here just for a moment. And the moment we are here for is to fulfill our destiny. So the most important thing is to understand what your destiny is. You're not going to understand that just from the spiritual concept. You have to have that secular and that material understanding as well to be able to fulfill your destiny. Whether your destiny is to lead the people out of Egypt into the promised land, or is to build the church on your back. Like them say the church is built on Peter, originally on Abraham. See, whatever a one's destiny is will come from the knowledge that they gained, how to fulfill it. The spiritual part is what anchors you because it's personal. It anchors you, is what you're saying in the same sense, Honorable Chair. That
Yes.
divineness that we embrace now makes you use the secular knowledge for good and not for
Yes.
evil. Without the spirituality now, and again, like a lot of the ones, a lot of scientists per se, see, because over time their egos get inflated by the discoveries that they individually make. They become,
Yeah.
I don't want to say evil because I don't want to taint the discipline, but it makes them do things that are not upright. They weaponize knowledge. Like you find, you discover a certain form of biological element, but you realize that it can be destructive to people. So you turn it into a thing called mustard gas, and you carry it, go to Ethiopia, go test it, because it wasn't tested anywhere else first. It's Ethiopia, them carry mustard gas, go test it on the people. The emperor himself had burns on his hand from mustard gas. See, which is a scientist that him learned something that could have been used for good, but the ego and the arrogance of the individual self make him use it now for evil. So it have to go balance. It have to balance. As we rise with our spirituality, we must rise our secular knowledge same way to balance it. Because if we get overloaded, we become what they call fundamentalists. When you are just a spiritualist, then you become a religionist. And a religionist is a fundamentalist. See, they interpret every aspect of things from that understanding, which everything doesn't fit into that one box. And they use their religiosity to demean others and to undermine others and to label others. See, which is what most religions do. Christians say this one is my way or no way. This one is only very few spiritual consciousness, what them call religion, like the Buddhists, for instance, or the Hindu, that fosters a humble demeanor, fosters a deflated ego in how they practice their faith. Because one of the saying, and I will end with this, that makes me say that about the Buddhist and the Hindu. This is what they say. If you can't see God in all, you cannot see God at all. Other
Yeah.
religions don't say that. They say, yeah, only through the blood of Jesus can you enter. Only blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
blah. Muslims say you're infidel if you're not a Muslim, so you must die, and all of these other things. So, my love. Bless you.
Right, yeah.
Yes, my lord. Please,
Yes, I want to go on the secular part, right? Yes, just like on my brethren have a vehicle when we drive sometime, and he put in a battery in the vehicle a year ago, and you find say that battery, need to change, But if you dey have that secular knowledge, you don't know what to do, Yes.
True.
And that secular knowledge now with the battery now, you go and buy some What that water name? Where you train at the battery again? Yes, it's kind
Distilled water.
Acid,
yes, distilled water, right? But you
Distilled.
have a thing named Epsom salt, right? Where
Yeah.
you're going to use the Epsom salt in the distilled water. So what the Epsom salt going to do now? It's going to clean the plate. Because sometimes the plate of the battery get corroded. So the battery is not holding the charge. It may be holding it 50% or 40%. So every minute you're going to need a jump, right? And you just use a little Epsom salt in the distilled water here, right? And it help it clean up the plate. So automatically the charge now come up to even 90%, right? Because automatically vehicle now you can push it, start it. So that is part of even the secular knowledge. And it's so the people who make battery now, why if it put away that battery, come forward to them, and then them send around some individual now who come collect these battery from you. Go and make them new again. So, the secular knowledge, if you know why you can have this battery all 3 year, 4 year, 5 year, if you know how to clean, this battery with just only a little Epsom salt, you know what I mean, in each one of the cell. So, I think says there, so we are, and as I say, all of this study again, when it boil down, it's just a temple of man, people studying. You know what I mean? Then maybe put it in a just proton, then puts out the proton, but the atom, it carries 6 proton, 6 neutron, and six electron. So all these big study and these big words is just a temple of man and woman it went wild out to. When you speak about the black hole again, they must send your mind now in space. But as I say again, that black hole, when you plant a seed, the seed comes stronger when you could have dig the earth and put it in that darkness. So this black hole that they're speaking about it was referred to the black woman also. Yeah, man, one perfect love, royal family.
My Lord.
Priest
Blessed
Knuckles.
love. Blessed.
Priest Knuckles, hand is up.
I have a
love.
priest knuckle, Basil, yes, Basil.
Greetings and love to the royal family, my lord. And a blessed love
Blessed
to our
love.
sisters. Happy Mother's Day. I give thanks
Happy.
for this reasoning. Priest Rasavana say, him hope the elder priest them for come in. Show the carpet, my lord, I love the reasoning, priest. Yes, I love the reasoning, and I go just put in I man like a 2 cent, and to I
Yes,
man
I.
understanding of things. All the brilliant scientists them refer back to this non-physical realm of life. Einstein say the world of imagination is greater than the physical world that we see. And Tesla said we should think of God, or the concept of God, in terms of frequency, energy, and with the next word, frequency, energy, and vibration. We give thanks for this age that we are in, that now science can validate the reality of what we understand or call spirituality. And each day we learn more and more and more. Like the priest said, theory and hypotheses. Religion is using what the divine knowledge that man have from creation to manipulate the knowledge that them have, how them can use it, because them know say it interconnects with every living thing.
We are also interconnected, and we have different words that we try to use to explain the connection, the soul, and the spirit, and all of these things. There is no one defining term that we can use. The greatness of what we call God. That is another thing to the word. It's so inadequate to explain the creator and creation. But we roll with it till we can come to something better. The soul to Iman is that essence of creation that we all are part of. As some would have prefer say, we share it. But it is that creator, creation, energy that we are all a part of. In flesh, in trees, in everything, in the sun, in the air, in everything. And therefore, the interconnectedness of us all, you know, them have this experiment where them take a mother just have a rat, just have two babies, and them separate the mother from the babies, and them kill one in the next room, and the mother jump, and them carry one out of sea and put inside a container down in the water and kill the next one, and the mother jump same way. And you say there is no physical line for that connection, but that connection is where me understand as the soul that connects all things that exist within life. So religion is the use of at least spirituality is the knowledge that we understand of the universe. And as priest 7 say, it's not just being divine. Spirituality is knowledge, and in the Bible it gives as the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So it encompasses all things, so that the use of it going to make it, whether you call it divine or you call it evil, but it's the same essence of knowledge of how to relate to things, how things has been made up of by the creator within our pan all plane, not just pan this physical plane. They have the experiment where them call it double slit experiment, where them take the particle of the atom, and when time it in its normal state, it's like a wave of energy. The minute the human start to observe it, it changes its shape. That means we connect to all of that without a physical connection. It is that aspect where me think the word God really means. That would connect all things in life, everything together. And when time we don't know all the things spiritually, we don't know all the aspects of spirituality, but those aspects of it that are known, the people that create religion is using it, are manipulating that knowledge for their own divine, not divine, but individual purposes. Some want to rule, some want to control and all of that. But it's just the use of it. Now the same energy we use for healing. There's this experiment with the people in the hospital where they both have the same illness and them getting the same medicine. But one is getting the medicine from a nurse that prays while giving the medicine, and the next one just get the medicine. And the one that get the medicine with the prayer heals twice as fast as the next one, having the same sickness, the same amount of something. That is that essence of we're going to call God, spirituality, divine, all of that thing, where it's just that which connects us all, you know? I don't want to get lost in this far. It is infinite. It is not no one understanding. And man is just getting to this point now, just like how is when time 91 or 92 that them have the telescope that could have see the black star where the Dogon them talk about thousands of years before. So there is
The Hubble.
knowledge, the Hubble, yes. So there is knowledge that been in our divine essence, in our DNA from beginning, that as we go along, it take time to come out and unveil itself. And that's why I say we is the God, or the essence, or the soul, but in our individual expression of that same soul. And that's what keeps us connected to each other.
Oh.
And you have some that take it to manipulate. When time them learn the knowledge of it, they manipulate it for their own individual purpose. All right. Tesla created a device and carried to a building. You know, when they build a high-rise building, them make the frame out of metal and all of that. And Tesla put it on the building. And when him change the frequency, change it till you get to a point where the whole thing start to vibrate out to tear apart and him have to turn it down. Him just discovering things that is out there. Like him say, electrical current and so that is out there. All part of the same God. It's just now that man becoming able to explain some more of it and validate this essence where in a way from man. And so the ancients did know things where science just a go come prove now. And in a time ago, would have said them things, it's just religion. No, it's not just, just come from religion just because you're not able to express it in a scientific term doesn't mean that it's not real. It's just that they don't understand how to explain it yet. You know? My lord, me go talk. Continue talking. But me glorify the topic and the subject because it relates to us coming to that awareness that you see where the Father give we don't even have an imagination of the power that he was trying to teach us through understanding. And as him say, him not come to teach us nothing really. He just awaken that knowledge in a way already, you know. Scientists have become more able to explain it. And that's why God say you have to have the balance between the two. My Lord and Empress, blessed Lord, give thanks to my little talk, you know. Blessed.
To the chair, you see why it is necessary for the ancient priests them coming in. Because you hear that explanation a while ago. Everyone I and I gave a great explanation, you know. None gave nothing wrong that I heard. Everything is on the point, you know, because it validates the reality of what I and I have understood. But you see, the ancient elder is a well of knowledge. That's why them say when you lose a elder, you lose a library or a true berry. Seeing because he's able to break it down and add in the value to it that it needs to have. So give thanks for the coming of the I, my Lord, as well as every other elder that is on the platform. We have a little bit more of the information that I want to share and get through before we just go full stream into the reasoning aspect. Because it will tie in, like we say, we're meeting everything together. See? Empress Trish? On the screen, you see what's on the screen, family? It says the metaphysical meaning of locks. Now, we're bringing everything in it, We wants to look at the fullness of the liberty. This is what our father was teaching us. This is not nothing new. We are just explaining it in modern terms today. Seeing, but this is what our father was teaching us. Seeing the consecration of the locks. The locks is supposed to be an outward expression of our inner consciousness. See, now it breaks it down here. The crown of power and spiritual antenna. The vow of spiritual discipline. The natural law and nonconformity. Ancestral and priest IMD's favorite word, cultural continuity. Energy storage and strength. You see the value of locks? Most don't know this. Most don't know this. They just know it as a symbol of identity or some form of spirituality for those who understand that, and the rest of the world is just a style. But this is what it really encompasses. Now, here is some more narrative. Anyone want to read it would be free, I do have to read it. Anyone can. Empress Trish, you want to read it?
You want me to read it?
Yes, my lord. The man will be free.
The natty, bearded locks is a holy covenant between an individual and the divine energy, a spiritual antenna that amplifies intuition, a cosmic connection flowing through the crown chakra. Locks represent ancestral cultural continuity. It is a vow to separate oneself from worldly ways, embracing the divine within self. It is a natural vow of nonconformity, a vow of spiritual discipline. It has been watered down into a style or a symbol of identity. When Christ said to take up your cross and follow him, he established the sacrifice that is required, the weight of reality which carrying it held. Locks and the sacred liberty it represents is definitely not for everyone, and for some it is just for a specific time. But for Rastafari and the Batawi monks, it is eternal. A sacrifice made on behalf of the redemption from the sins of humanity, lambs of God. Continue?
Yes, my lord.
Bobo Ashanti are the monks, and the females are Emahoy or Mermet. They are intercessors to the Creator for humanity, a role that carries great responsibility.
So we see where we're coming from. You see where we started, and you see give thanks, honorable priest. You see where we started, and you see where we end up. Right now, we're coming down, because we're not done yet. But you see how it's tying in everything. See,
yes,
I and I liberty. Like we said earlier, when I am there, I was reasoning honorable chair. More time, we get a little frustrated, we get a little dismayed, and whatever. It's a humanness, so don't feel no way. But the reality of it is, we are carrying a value, a pearl within I and I that is invaluable to the world, because there is no other energy source that is placing itself as the sacrifice for the sins of humanity. That's why we are considered the family of Christ, because the concept of Christ is that selfless sacrifice on behalf of the sins of the world. Not just the sins of good people, but the sins of the world. See, that's why we cannot be partial in our expression of truth and rights. We cannot be partial in ministering the justice that we are supposed to minister, because our purpose is to save souls. The condemnation of souls is the higher power. Deal with that. But you see, I and I, we are here to save souls. So that's why the man said, the vile are the sin of the rich are the blood. That don't mean, so we must glorify and embrace vileness and wickedness, you know. It's just showing you that, you see, within all of that, if you can touch that soul and bring that soul to the consciousness of itself, that means show that soul how to tap into its spirituality from a positive way. That soul will turn from its evil ways and become the strongest advocate for righteousness. My Lord.
My Lord. So, in the little narrative I went forward, we actually go and fullness of what His Majesty said, that spiritual and material go hand in hand. If we listen to the narrative or come afterwards.
True.
Yes,
On the screen. On the screen, the next one can go into this level. We just want to come down with the
yeah, consciousness, souls, and minds.
Yes.
Yeah, it's no hard problem of consciousness, as consciousness is not separate from the physical world. Our soul is of the same nature as our body and any other phenomenon of the world. Famously, Darwin realization that we have common ancestors with all living organisms on our planet met ferocious resistance. Many felt confounded or degraded by the idea of sharing a family tree with donkey. Cultural history of modern is dotted by similar ideological rear-guarded battles, wherein our worldview fight in retreat against novel knowledge, to say some concept there. Amidst the current backlash against progressive ideas, debate on consciousness reflects our human fears of belonging to the same family as inanimate matter and losing our dear transcendent soul. During the Middle Ages, Western civilization described humans as composed of two distinct entities, the body and the soul. The body was an interconnected bunch of matter that decayed and died. The soul belonged to a transcendent spiritual world, independent from vile matter. Angels were souls without a body, and so we were people after their, and so were people after the material death. The soul taken to be immortal and created by God was understood as the repository of memories, emotions, and our subjectivity. It could speak and fall in love. It was the agent of our agency, the subject of our freedom, the entity that bore our responsibility, culpability, virtue, and value, and deserve to be judged same for that. Current debate on consciousness is influenced by our entrenched traditional ideas of ourselves and by the long, slow efforts to update them with our new understanding of reality developed over the last 3 centuries. Despite the arrogant claims of those who say science can explain everything, most phenomena from thunderstorms to protein folding escape our full understanding. We still can't cure the flu or accurately predict the weather 2 weeks ahead. We do not know the basic physical laws of the universe, and even where we are confident that we know the basic underlying laws, we still cannot account for what they imply. I am confident that my bicycle diligently obeys the laws of particle physics. Yet those laws Yet those laws are useless when it breaks down. To fix it, I am a mechanic, not a particle physicist. Functioning of our body, our body and brain, is among the phenomena we understand the least and are curious about the most. This is the
Repeat that,
proper
my lord. Repeat,
intellectual space.
honorable priest. Honorable priest, repeat that. Start that from the top again. I want everybody to zone in on this, what is being said right here. My lord,
Continue.
pardon me.
No problem. The functioning of our body, goody as we call it, and brain is among the phenomena we understand the least and are curious about the most. This is the proper intellectual space where the problem of consciousness is located. That is, consciousness is hard to figure out for precisely the same reason thunderstorms are. Not because we have evidence that it is not a natural phenomenon, but because it is a very complicated natural phenomenon. Updating the understanding of a phenomenon is not to the sets for understanding the antiquity and the middle stage ages as the descent of the sun in its daily motion over the earth. Today, we understand them as a result of the Earth's rotation, which turns us towards its shady side when the sun gradually becomes no longer visible. Such an updating understanding does not make sunset illusionary
or unreal.
My lord. That's it. Anymore? Similarly, our soul won't become illusory or unreal if we get a better sense of how our brain function. We can still call our soul, even if we understand ourselves better. I call it so because this notion, the soul, is dear to my soul. Holy Rasta. As priests dedicated to understanding the heights of spiritual consciousness, there is a phenomenon yet to be understood. I often look at life in representation of dualism, meaning our experiences which form our understanding is distinct or separate from our consciousness. We envision the realm of God as being different from the human plane of existence. This is a comfort zone adopted to rationalize the reality of evil in the world. In what is known as qualia, the internal and subjective component of sense perspective arising from stimulation of the senses by a phenomena, spiritually can be said to be a qualia, a personal sensory phenomenal experience. In ancient times, most unexplained experiences were accepted by faith. This was because there was no known explanation or empirical evidence. In recent times, many things taken as faith are now explained through a scientific process. Greater knowledge exists, but some are rejected by religionists and others because it threatens their comfort zones or the understanding we have held. Nyabingi's ceremonial order originally was not for worship, but for worship. Nyabingi was a complexity science, the use of a combination of rhythmically structured musical notes that affected the neurotransmitters in the brain. Plain language, it boggled the mind and disturbed the spirit, the fuel of which was derived from the energy of unity, harmonizing, and song vibration. When our heart is not free and light as a feather, the vibration are distorted, frequency low, and impact weak. To repair our congress and priesthood, To repair our Congress and priesthood order, we first have to find the antidote to fix our broken heart. We must find a way to revive the first love. Blessed love, my love. That's Jah, Rasta. Epilogue.
The epilogue. The unknown can be scary. New information can be challenging to our accepted norm, but ignorance can be deadly, causing the destruction of good or great traditions. The information shared by the Council of Elders is to generate thought, curiosity, and growth of knowledge. It serves no good sharing knowledge already known or understood. The EABIC is a theocratic government in essence because the true Church of Salvation is intertwined in how the government members functions. Knowledge is the key to understanding, and both are the fullness of wisdom of having a wise mind. I would advise parents to invite your teenagers to partake, and for all members of the Congress to attend or check out some of the Axum University classes on YouTube as we grow together, become better and stronger. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, my Lord and Empress. So we see, we attempt to connect everything. To see, if Mass Preacher say, it starts within your own self. You know, and as he would have said, we are the prototype of everything on the earth. You know, we all work under that same laws and principles. So the sooner we could see that and see a mirror when we see our brethren and sisters, the sooner we can be able to cross. Them hurdles will come like more.
Go back, Empress. Don't move it. Go back to the first tile. Sorry, Honorable Chair. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll finish.
Yeah, on the screen, we have an image. It is breaking down the God and human concept. It says, under God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And it gives you the scriptures that endorses this. Genesis 1:1, John 3:16, John 14:26. Then under that it says Creator, Savior, Guide. Genesis 1:1 again, John 3:16 again, John 14:26 again. Under the human definition now, it gives you soul, body, spirit, eternal, physical, God connection. And it gives you the scriptures. Matthew 16, verse 26, 1 Corinthians 15, verse 44, Romans 8, verse 16, and it repeats itself at the bottom. But this is giving you now the simplistic breakdown of it's one entity, you know, because the concept of God is the human understanding of the higher power. Seen? But how do we understand it? How would we know how to identify it? We have to see it in the human expression, in each other. That's why the man said, man and woman of a right is God and God is in flesh. We see it through how we live together, how an individual administrate their life, you know, how they treat other people, what their aims and aspirations are, all define whether you know yourself as a God or as something else. But it does not work without understanding that it is a humanness. This thing of looking at the human aspect as being something lesser and the God aspect as being something beyond the human um, capability or achievement is where a lot of the thing goes amok. If all humans were to acknowledge themselves as the creator or an expression of the creator, our administration would be of a divine order. But because we have not been taught that or we have lost that concept in the whole process of colonization and slavery and materialism and all the things that separate us from our divine self. See? Yes, Royal.
Blessed. Under the Holy Spirit, that will be the feminine the feminine energy. That's right, my lad. Bless. Did I hear, man?
Yes, I'm hearing you, my lad.
All right. Put back up the first picture, Empress. Yeah. With under the God, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. That will be the feminine energy. Blessed.
To the chair. We was asking if the third article was the feminine energy, if the Holy Spirit will be the feminine energy.
Holy Spirit.
Well, I had my
The
hand
Holy
up for
Spirit.
since all I was talking about spirit and a why to identify certain things in spirit. Because I'm gonna ask a question, I'm gonna answer it one time too. Who could identify something similar to the spirit, the spiritual? Spiritual. I could identify something similar to spiritual. Spiritual side of anything. Spiritual reminds me and is almost parallel to energy. Energy is spirit because the spirit could go anyhow, move anyhow. Energy, you could do anything with energy and it cannot die. The Holy Spirit cannot die neither. So the Holy Spirit is just an energy. If you're using it from the holy side, from the holistic side, it become holy. People they use the spirit to do evil same way as there is top, there is bottom. So people can use things for different reasons. So this Holy Spirit could come could be man too. It depends on the position you're in, and it depends on what you're talking about. What clause, what phrase, or what sentence, or what the objective of that question. If you just say plain Holy Spirit, you say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, identifying a woman like that religiously. But if individuals who could say, well, that the Holy Spirit is a woman, the same Spirit dwells in all of I and I. And the spirit is just the energy because the spirit is something they can identify. Just like energy, you cannot identify energy, but you can use energy because everything carries that energy. The energy of everything is the essence of it or the spirit of it. Did I make myself clear?
Well said, my lord. Well said, honorable philosopher. Well said.
I've been wanted to say that. But the Holy Spirit, honorable priest, could be anything. It just depends on the priest. Priest Ashawan always teach me so much. It just depends on the position in papers and the Holy Spirit, how you're putting it, which situation you're putting it in, honorable priest Genesis Ainsley, my lord.
And you see the reality of it through the chair, the reality of it is true. We were taught that is a man and woman kingdom, and we know say the world is confused right now. Them have a gender confusion going on in the world that was specially done. Purposely is the word I'm searching for. Purposely done to create the havoc that it is creating right now. See, where ones don't embrace how they were born, the gender that they were born with. See, but I and I, Father, come teach you says a man and woman kingdom, and only a man and a woman together can bring forth life. See, so the fact that the sun is in the middle, The Father is at the beginning, the Son is in the middle. There has to be a balance. That has to be. So
Rastafari.
Holy Spirit, and why it would be the Holy Spirit is because the female is the continuation of life. Yes, she can bring life without I and I seed, but she is the one that receives the seed, nurtures that seed into a fetus, into a baby, and then births it. Then the nurturing is not done. Then she suckles that child until that child reaches a stage where teeth and bone are set. Then she weans that child and teaches that child now how to eat, how to do other things. So she's the first teacher, first nurturer and teacher of the next generation coming from the family. So that would naturally fall under a, a certain esteem. Now, it's only our human mind that makes things competitive, to say then what we're saying is that it's higher than this or it's lower than that. No, it's the balance. Seeing the Holy Spirit. Seeing when the Knight Templars, and I'm gonna seal with this, when the Knight Templars came into being, they were mandated to find the bloodline of Yahshua, of the Christ, and to snuff it out of creation that no more Christ of that line could rise. Now, because they never get the fullness. They learn something from us. Them like the wasp. Them learn how to build the cone, but them don't know how to make the sweetness. See, the sweetness that exists in that context is that
Drop.
My lord. Floor is open,
Blessed Lord,
Blessed love and praise Deborah.
blessed Lord, my Lord and Empresses, give thanks for this chat. It's really interesting. I miss a good chunk of it because I had to get something done, but I kind of let me just be quick, basically, because I know one or two probably still waiting to reason. So, just listening, and, I agree with everything that was said. It's an experience. It is like, everybody have their little interpretation, but it's saying the same thing, just different views, so this great energy that was at rest, total rest. And from that energy emanated the wisdom, which is, the woman. So as the man say, yeah, she is responsible for most of the creation. So she's just the energy experience in itself. And nothing wrong with that. It's an experience, So it's a human consciousness, and it deals with the soul, spirit, and it's just the manifestation of the source energy within, just expressing. So give thanks for my Lord, those few words. And one more thing, I as I said, I missed most of the meeting, but I just want to mention a certain thing concerning what the topic was on what you call it, the wheel, the sun. Yeah, so to me, the sun is not it's not well, time actually. Time is not, when we look at time in general, past, present, and future, it is not in a linear form. It's looped, meaning that past, present, and future is happening at the same time in a way. It's just understanding and, to put it together now. But Earth, well, the sun is basically a wheel that is a generating kind of energy. It's generating energy. It's a ancient technology, it's a time traveling machine, basically. It made to open up portals and stargates and time travel. That's why they show you all these movies, Beam Me Up Scotty and all these things. They know the truth and the scientific with the spiritual is one to come together in a way, you know. So it kind of remind me when I read, if you look up and go back to Ezekiel wheel, when we talk about in the Bible, it's an ancient technology. So the earth is not to be looked at as a kind of a prison, or it's not really, but what it is a correctional facility. It's purging ground, so to speak. You know, so the wheel is a kind of time traveling machine, and it's an ancient technology that it advanced from the ancient Egyptian Babylonians technology. The same, you know, it's a description, the Ezekiel wheel, if you, it's just coded, you know, because the Bible sometimes you have to be able to decode it, you know, not taking it too much literal, yet literal, but you have to know within the God within you, you know. So it's just basically a quantum computer. It's a, as I say, ancient past technology, which they have many in operation, and we've seen it before we eyes. So we need to question what is this? We see what they're doing and their target, because they have brain-computer interface technology now, we know. And some of we, like the ancestors, some of our ancestors, they had these technology. They don't feel these things are new. You know, they had technology that was able to extract our consciousness. That's what they're really after, the man with the soul. Extract it and then transport that same human consciousness into some kind of craziness, like simulation and quantum, you know, going on all this quantum computer and brain interfaces and all these kind of thing. And the Bible kind of speak on it, but you have to be able to decode it, because the rapture is a similar kind of explanation, because it deals with like the second and third heaven and this kind of concept like the seven heavens. These are all, you know, technological, conceptual view. So just a few words, my Lord and Empress. So give thanks and praise. They say don't be afraid to say certain things. It's just each one, we will teach other different expressions, as the man says. So give thanks and praise. Words.
Yes, Honorable Empress, do give thanks for your assessment and your contribution. Like
Yes,
Rastaman tell me already, them come and take we knowledge from me and turn it into technology. You know? So
true. Next style, Royal Technician, could you put up the next style, please?
future of government.
Whoever is able to see clearly can break it down for you.
It says,
I can't see it clearly.
Chapter
Empress.
13, the future of government prophecy, sixth stage. Summary and key takeaways from the fifth dimension by Vera Stanley Alder. 1. Government reflects human consciousness, showing that the government mirrors the collective awareness of society. 2. Current system have limits. Present political systems are incomplete and temporary. 3. Wisdom-based leadership needed. Future leaders will be something ethical and spiritually involved. 4. Where's 4? Global cooperation over nationalism. Humanity will move beyond nationalism to unite for the common good. 5. Spiritual evolution drives change. Inner growth through meditation changes better governance. And 6, the sixth stage, the prophecy. Deeper meditation reveals the spiritual evolution of society. Key takeaways. 1, government reflects the consciousness of the people. 2, present political systems are transitional. 3, future leaders will be wisdom-centered. 4, humanity will move toward global cooperation. And 5, spiritual growth shapes social systems. And 6 should be the prophecy. Blessed.
Rastafari.
Yep.
Rastafari.
Next style. Let's go into the next style right away.
There, 1 second. The Christ consciousness.
We're bringing it all together. Go ahead.
From borrowed belief to awakened being. Christ consciousness is a frequency of awareness, a spiritual technology for embodying the divine spark, not just worshiping a historical story. The frequency of awakening. Jesus versus the Christ. Jesus was the messenger. Christ is the consciousness, the anointing and message he modeled for humanity. Saturated in divinity. From the Hebrew Messiah.
Yeah, continue.
Anointing means to be marinated or saturated in the divine presence. And then last, the divine blueprint, ancient Sahu and logos represent the cosmic pattern of intelligence that we are born to embody. And then over the other side, it says dogma versus divine truth. Conformity versus communion. Dogma demands strict conformity to rules, while Christ consciousness invites a personal living communion. Revelation over religion. We trade true revelation for religion when we prioritize belief over the actual state of being. And then the last one says divinity in motion. Awakening looks like choosing peace under pressure, painting freedom, or simply reading through your growth. Awakening looks like choosing peace under pressure, painting freedom, or simply breathing through your growth. And I think that it's the 4 axes of human development. Strength versus weaknesses. Under that is self-mastery, inner control, self-discipline. Good versus bad. Moral impact, harm or help, compassion or selfishness. Godly versus evil. Alignment with truth. Unity or division. Truth or deception. Awareness versus unawareness. Consciousness. Clarity or blindness. Awaken or automatic. Who we become, our choices.
Rastafari.
3 perspectives on religion and science. How many people agree with the following questions? The universe began with a huge explosion. Humans, okay, and then it says over on the other side, the dark shaded area is traditional, the middle one is modern, and the lighter one is post-secular. So under the universe began with a high explosion, 6% of the people believed that's modern, 21% traditional, and 68%, no, 21, modern. 68% modern, 21% traditional, and 6% post-secular. Human beings developed from earlier species of animals. 3% post-secular, 33% traditional, and 88% modern. Last question. The continent have been moving for millions of years and will move in the future. 80% post-secular, 66% traditional, and 98% modern. The source, traditional, modern, and post-secular perspectives on science and religion in the United States by Timothy L. O'Brien and Shirin Noy. American Sociological Review, RNS, graphic by Tiffany McCallan. It's a public domain, etc., etc. And I think we have one last one, which is religion versus science. My Lord and Empress. Back to the chair.
Bless. Yes, sir. You have our next readings?
No, that's
No,
it.
that is
Oh,
it.
That is
My
it.
Lord.
okay. Okay. So,
Now we can dive in our reason fully.
all right. So, any reason it really showing us what we supposed to be and where we heading to? You know, where the world really need I mindset moving forward, even more race to save our own selves. You know? So that's what I got out of the whole thing. My Lord, and they're simplifying it, you know. The floor is open, my Lord and them.
Yes, through the chair to bring back the question about His Majesty statement.
You what?
Keeping up His Majesty's speech about spiritual advancement with material
Okay.
advancement, relating to what you now said, you know. Yeah, as we go along, the synthetic world will bring forward all kind of inventions and materialistic things, you know. But as I was saying before, spirituality is the unseen matters. And as we hear the priest say, vibration, frequency, energy, they say energy, emotion is energy and motion. You have imagination, consciousness. Right? Most of all, consciousness, which is more simplified as awareness. Right? So as the world brings forward inventions, right, we have to have our awareness, you know, intact, that we can know how to deal with these inventions. This is why I still question the CERN so much. They wouldn't tell us, you know, what shortcomings they had with the CERN or anything like that. They'll tell us the basic function and everything, you know, but, you know, so anything could be used for anything, you know, so whatever inventions come out, we must be aware of how it can benefit us and how it could damage us, you know. And I think that was the understanding His Majesty was trying to show us as materialistic advancement come. We have to know how to use it for the benefit of humanity, you know, and all life form in general. You cannot have something benefiting humanity, but yet still it's killing the fishes in the sea and, you know, damaging the birds in the sky and these things. We have to be aware, fully aware, you know. And that is consciousness, which is another unseen matter. Consciousness, you know, awareness, you know. So yes, my Lord and Empress, spirituality, you see it will always have that correspondence with something physical. That is what the reading was trying to show us. So there's always a corresponding energy with an unseen energy, a corresponding physical energy with that unseen energy. My Lord and bless them.
My Lord, honorable presence.
Well
Floor
said,
is
my
open.
lord. Yeah, well said, because even in the earlier part, in the science, it was telling you that the micro that you see has a macro that goes with it. So just like how you explained it simply a while ago, yeah, the spirituality has a physicality that expresses it. So yes, my lord, well said. Give thanks.
Floor is open.
Well, all right.
Yes,
Until yes, my lord. Go ahead.
oh, my Lord, a very interesting topic from a perspective of being a science
Talk up
teacher.
louder, praise.
Oh, my Lord, give thanks, for such a wonderful topic, Very interested, me myself being a science student in them colonial institution, a high school, you know, it just to show you the persistence of the negative thing to me, then, because everything where them do point back to man. But man, them ignorance, still after be seeking scientific, well, as them say, scientific proof, in that them still want to source out and pinpoint the energy that made life to be. Because basically, we know say the elements eat air and water. But what is that significant component that made the heat, air, and water combine to form Earth and and this whole creation to be established? Well, I see these machines where them are set up, them directly want to pinpoint, the works of the creation. You know, so and I give thanks for know where them at and what them doing, Because from the time them start split the atom, me start see them gone out of line because you start a reaction that you can't control and you can't reverse. And we still see them a continue in the bombardments of protons and neutrons just with the intent to source the source of life or the source of energy that transform and brings things together. So give thanks for the revelation and I hope everyone have a positive insight to know that, the works of men, and know that we must have a full knowledge also of the elements that eat, air, and water, and how to utilize them positively for the development of life, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord, give thanks, praise.
To the chair, honorable, I'd just like to ask a question, put a question out there to the family and to the listeners on the stream. What do we see as the purpose of man on the planet Earth? Why are we here? What is the the greatest purpose that we were put here for? Because some seek wealth, riches, some seek to serve humanity, some seek to know more about the divine. We are of different ideologies and understanding and concepts. But what do we see as the general reason for man being here on earth? Royal
My Lord,
family.
give thanks. May I have my answer, but may I open the floor first? Floor is open.
So to the chair.
My
Yes.
Lord and Empress. Oh, sorry about that.
No, go ahead,
Go,
priest. Go ahead.
What trigger, when I say the vibration trigger of a question there, which for me, I always begin with a book. I say this is coming from Jah create the earth and set all things from earth, but there was no one here to direct. And to the trees would just grow, seed drop, no man, no, just different from the animals. There wasn't no one here to direct and to maintain the balance. So for me, from that prophecy, man was a man and woman was put on earth to maintain the balance of creation. That means from plants and animal and all created things. That's why man was given and woman was given the dominion over them, so that they could to maintain that balance and that harmony. My Lord and Empress.
And I have a praise. My Lord. Empress Trisha.
I was kind of, yes, my Lord. I was kind of coming off, not really to answer that question because that's a really deep question. But I was more concerned about, I was trying to go forward to CERN itself. The reason for CERN. Why is it that this group of people felt the need to create such a grand, I would say, system to try to source the divine? Because I mean, they speak about the black hole and they speak about all these things, but it's what is the reasoning? What was their reasoning behind the entire project? Are they really giving us the real reasons what they are looking for? Or is it that they're trying to say that we are all, or every living thing, I should say, every living thing is made up of matter? And because years ago I heard this theory that, we create what we are seeing, and that we are all matter, we're all atoms. Like Priest Earl spoke about the 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, but we create the reality of what we're living in. Is it that they're trying to find that, or is it that they're really trying to find who or what that universal intelligence that created mankind itself? If you kind of
That's
understand
it.
what I'm saying.
Well, it was kind of hard for me to figure out what was their intention, but what I could have grabbed out of it to say they want to scientifically prove the existence of a higher powers, you know, and that would have been my answer to you. And Honorable Priest Rasavana, what I see as the purpose of man, or even on my personal level, is that we all come here to have human experiences. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. Human experience, it have the highs and the lows. A human could be God in flesh, and a human could be the wickedest one you ever come back upon. So we are spiritual beings now come to conquer the passions of flesh, the shortcomings. But that's why I see the allegory of the Christ walking the earth as his mission to come show we the heights that flesh could attain unto when you minister unto the spirituality of yourself. So this is what I would have
That's
say
so beautiful,
I did
Empress.
come to perfect
And
that
Holy Barry,
come.
Yes, I. Give
Yeah,
thanks to
I
God.
would have,
Go ahead, Peter.
yeah, well, I say I come to conquer the lower passion of flesh and rise to say what flesh can accomplish. That's why we say give thanks to the man who come teach you. Man of right is God in flesh. Woman of right is goddess. As much as the flesh is immortal, but we could carry the flesh to the heights of itself. My Lord and Empress. Bless.
To the chair.
Honorable. Yeah, 1 second, please, Azad. I
Yes,
don't mean to
Royal
cut you.
Chair.
1 second, my lord. Before, Honorable, I won't touch that. I won't touch my own question. I will leave my response for last. But Empress Trisha asked a question a while ago, and I don't want it to go untouched. The CERN and the purpose of the CERN. Well, there is a publicized reason for
That is not
them developing the CERN. If we're gonna go by their publicized reason, then
not it.
we take that at face value. You know,
Yes.
if we want to go deeper in it, then we can go deeper. But let me let go the priest them who is waiting to speak, and then I will come back and give you my opinion on it. Blessed Lord.
Yeah. Priest Earl and then priest as well.
Yes, Royal Chair. When I bring up this certain thing from a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago, it's right there, just like what the Honorable Empress said, because most of this reading what they are telling you, it is not that. All they want to do is just to find out how to recreate, because you hear the proton, they are clashing, you know, in this thing here. And as I said, you know, that is just one part of the six out of the atom. Right? So it just recreate them one, just recreate the man and the woman. So that is a very beautiful question, Royal Empress, you know. And even go forward to even Solomon. You see it? Solomon did try out everything. And when it boiled down, he just say, can't remember, you know, one of the richest man, you know, otherwise from man Simosa, right? And none of these riches couldn't help him. Him just say, eat, drink, and praise the Almighty. That means say, just know himself. Him never forgot too high because everything was just in him already. I just say, man, if just know themselves and know say. You know what I mean? We never forgot too high with this thing here. So that I glorify that question, Royal Empress, 'cause from the beginning, when I came up with this CERN and pre-7 answer, that is what I'm saying, not what they want to put out there. What they want to put out there, that is not it. The devil just want to recreate the energy of life that they cannot create. One perfect love.
Priest Oswald.
Yes, blessed love, my Lord and Majesty. Once more, I want to say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, all the ladies, right, universally, and get to the question straight. I see CERN as the Hadron Collider, extremely as something unstable, as Higgs boson exists for only about seconds and then decaying into particles and they go into different actuality things. So this is like what King Emmanuel did. King Emmanuel opened a school and live a school there because there were so much things that King Emmanuel probably never even saw, or he probably foresee because he was much brighter than us. He was a secretary of EABIC. He was deeper, wiser, and further than we are. So that's what we are seeing. He is living through us today to go on and beyond. But what they are telling you about is that they want to get the scientific and the ideas out. They want to take us out of the religious ways. Some people fighting for religion in this matter. Some people going against it. Some people wanted to become blind and dumbfounded and don't understand what is a spirit. And we breaking down a spirit as energy and we breaking down things. So we are students who are omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient, representing the Godheads. We have to be like the Godheads and become more professional in everything we do because their attributes and they try to talk about holiness and love and conscience and they don't understand the role in creation and history is answering our prayers by bringing forward these information and where we are going these days, we are heading somewhere to do something beneficial. So the youth of tomorrow, so we to close the gap. Because people reach an elder age like us, they don't study. They don't do no more research. So the youth and them are dumbfounded walking about like with their head in the sand. when we say be upright, understanding thing, understanding energy, I question stuff like what did you say? There's a word you was using where I don't agree with you. Like when things fall from the sky and they drop. What you call it again, please? What the scientists say is what was it?
Meteorites?
No. Or gravity. The gravity field. I tend to challenge it sometimes and still I'm doing research on gravity because they have us confused with the gravity field and the different thing. But with the meteorites and all that, we know what happened. This whole plasma, they say it came from the sun. The sun was dropping it like 15,000 tons. Some of them bulks bigger than the earth. And there's a guide, something to guide us. It falls within the layer of protection under the sun, and the scatter a little bit spill upon us. So we are safe on the earth today because when things collided, I'll say the bulletproof or the plaza proof was bent and it leaned and it bent. I went deep. I studied from 6 last night, from 12 last night to 6 this morning to reach where I reached because I hadn't studied these things in a while and I love science. I love anything that comes to us, we have to love and we have to put ourselves in it to get the benefits. And I love what came about here today and what we did today and where we are going, what we must understand that there are things to discover. And the scientists understand that. And Higgs boson exists not only for the 3 seconds, as they say, and decaying into other particles, but is actual things that stem from the psychiatrists trying to find this dislike for the terms and people trying to make particles more than what it is. Because they say these particles could destroy the whole earth in 2 minutes if it's spread enough and it go far enough to do certain things with us because it could cause cancer, it could cure it too. So it's so much things we have to study and research from all the documents that we went through to get this. We are doing a great job. Please, Vashavan, I didn't hear your question, but I'll come back at that. So Empress Trisha, my answer is the man made us students and we must school ourselves until this Jerusalem University. And we cannot say we are above nothing if we are under. If we don't overstand it, we are still understanding things. My Lord and Empress.
That's it.
To the chair.
Yes.
And the reason, one of the reasons why I kind of asked the question is because although the CERN speaks of the God particle and trying to, find the God particle, of which I understand about the protons and the neutrons and so forth, there is no mention as to godliness or holiness or love or togetherness. It's just specifically, and I guess that's where science come in. Because
Scientific.
science doesn't deal with emotions.
No.
No, I'm wrong. It deals with finding solutions and theories to the why, how something happened or how something was created. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of asked the question.
Yeah, to the chair.
Yes, I.
Yeah, you kind of answer your question in some form of way, because you say you don't hear about the love and all of that. That's not science duty. You understand? Science duty is to show you the how. See, now the CERN. We have a right to be skeptical because we know the temperament of Europeans from long time. But the what you call it now, the facility of the CERN is manned by 50 odd nations. See, scientists from all around the world. It's only just the fact that we as people of color, we have not dived into science on a certain level. We are just, and people of color is there, but I mean, African people themselves, I'm talking about black melanated people. We, coming from where we are coming from, we have not gone into science on a certain level as yet. We are getting there. More and more of us are mastering the sciences. You know, the fourth, there's a top 10 mathematicians in the world. Number four is a black man, is an African, a person of African descent. So we are getting there. But, and I'm saying all this to say that the CERN is a facility, not just, it doesn't just focus on um, particle physics. Because if we were listening to all the information, it is where the World Wide Web was created. It is where the machine that is used to detect cancer in humans and in organisms was developed. So it's a whole lot of different discoveries and development that is done at the CERN itself. Now, the underlying, the sinister part of it, I can't speak to because I am not privy to that. And we all know that there's always a sinister side. So I'm not discounting that. But on the surface and as deep as we are allowed to go, it's a facility for research and development. How far they're going to go with the research and development is up to where science carry them. And what they're going to do with it is up to their nature. Whoever discovers the greatest discovery, if that person is a spiritually conscious person, then we know how that will work. If that person is a diabolical person who is just in it for what they are in it for, we know how that will work as well. See? Now, the reason why I pose the question, why are we here? Because we talk about Solomon, we call Solomon, but Solomon is declared as the wisest man. He learned things. He learned things, family. His wisdom did not just appear in him. Yes, he maybe was born with a high IQ, meaning a high potential for learning, but he learned things. See, just like how Christ learned things. The years that Christ was missing from the Bible he went on his pilgrimage, his quest to learn things. They said he traveled the Silk Roads and stopped at all the temples that he encountered. And he questioned the wisest among the sages so he could learn things. Being here on earth is about learning things, it's about acquiring knowledge. That's why we have a brain and our brain is constructed in the way that it is constructed. Just like how we know that man's supposed to be a herbivore because of how our teeth is constructed. If you look at the teeth of the carnivorous animals, they are not like the human teeth or the herbivores. See? Well, it's the same way if you look at the brain of the human, it is not like the brain of a say a goat or a donkey. It has areas that are specially designed for certain things, emotion, pain, for storing of knowledge, for analytical use. So the way that our brain is constructed also validates our purpose here on earth. Man has a thing them call curiosity. It's a nature, a natural innate nature. That's why the first set of ones when them first saw fire, them push them on and get burned. Curious. See, these are the rationales that we have to develop in ourselves. It is part of that higher consciousness that we speak of, that awareness. Awareness has a meaning, you know. Consciousness has a meaning. It is not something that you just have, or the mustard seed of it might be in us. But for it to bloom, we have to develop it. Our consciousness is developed by our awareness. Our awareness comes from the knowledge that we gain, our life experiences, and the life experiences of others, because we don't have to just learn from what we go through, but we can learn from what our brothers and sisters go through, those who were before us go through. So one of the main purpose of man on earth is to gain knowledge. Now, what that is what the Europeans come learn from I and I. You know. We didn't learn that from them, you know. They, the meaning, the first set of ones was the Greeks. The Greeks realized that Africa was the incubator of knowledge. So they swarmed Africa from Ethiopia right down to South Africa. They swarmed Africa. Egypt, where the knowledge of Africa culminated and was accessible to the rest of the world. You have people like Aristotle, Thales, Plato, Homer, Herodotus, and we can go on and on. All Greek scholars went to Egypt to study. Alexander the Barbarian, now them call Alexander the Great. We call him Alexander the Barbarian. He is who funded Aristotle journey and studies in Egypt, so they could acquire the knowledge from our ancestors. When we say that civilization came down the Nile, that is what we mean. It came down the Nile and culminated, because you know the Nile flow, it culminated, end up in Egypt. So the knowledge came down that pathway and ended up in Egypt. And they came there to gain that knowledge. On that knowledge they built, they plagiarized our information. And Aristotle became the father of philosophy. And so on and so on. You have Pythagoras, who claimed that he is the mathematical genius. Where did he study? Who did he learn from? So it is knowledge that we are about. Humans are about knowledge. Now, the divine, this is where, that's why I love King Emmanuel, because he was the balanced human. He understood these things. He understood that knowledge was power. And in that knowledge, he knew the power of science, just like the emperor. On all the tours that the emperor made around the world, the first place he visited in any place that he went was the place that had the highest form of technology. If you were proficient in agriculture, he went to your agricultural center. If you were proficient in medicine, he went to visit your medical facilities, because knowledge is power, and that is what we humans are about. So part of the path, I'm not saying that there is, again, I'm not saying that there is not a dark side to it, but part of the purpose of the CERN facility is to perform experiments, to perform tests, to try and answer plaguing questions to humans' existence. Now, wouldn't I know most humans in their I wouldn't say ego, but in their material self fear death and would prefer to live forever. Now, or as Christ and others establish, you know, ones like Elijah who went up in the chariot of fire, Moses who just walked away and there is no grave marker for him, and other saints who they say did not taste the taste of death. Wouldn't humans want to be able to evolve without the dark side, without facing corruption? That is part of seeking knowledge. How can we do that? How can we become an Elijah, a Christ, you know, a true, when I say Christ, not just fulfilling the office of selfishness, but having the wisdom of Christ, wherein which now we understand the true mystery of death and the true mystery or the true concept of hell. These are things that humans have been trying to understand for eternity. So our purpose, and I will seal there, is to gain knowledge and use knowledge progressively and positively, seeing for the benefit of life. Seeing we came here to have dominion over the planet. But have we had dominion over the planet? No. What we did was turn dominion into destruction. We have destroyed a lot of the planet. We have extinct many life forms, both in trees, insects, plants, animals, humans. See, so we have yet to learn the fullness of the lesson. We have bits and pieces of it, but we yet to learn the fullness of it, my Lord and Empress. And that is the pursuit. And that is what our Father was training us to do, to be analytical, to discern, to discern between good and evil, right and wrong, to discern how to share the salvation. Because as we have defined, salvation is how we treat one another, how we live, how we coexist on the planet. Is the heights of salvation. Salvation is not just about clapping and singing. That is one aspect of it. See, and that is the ceremonial aspect of it. But salvation is has a broad definition to it. See, and I will leave it there because I want to hear from the rest of the item as we go on. Blessed love,
Yes,
family.
my
Empress Trisha, did that touch anything that the eye was querying?
Yes, ma'am. And when the floor is free, I'd like to read some of the comments from the YouTube, when the floor is free.
Yes, Honorable Empress. So just to piggyback off of what my Lord.
1 second, Empress Deborah. Mama Miriam was asking for the floor. Empress Miriam?
Yeah, Mama Trish. Yes, Trish. Yes, Sister Trish.
You were asking for the floor because your mic is open.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, well, let go, Empress Deborah, if Mama didn't want the floor.
Empress Deborah, unmute your mic.
Yes, Honorable. Give thanks, Honorable. Yes, sorry, Empress Mama, just to piggyback off our my Lord say, it will just take me a minute, just to share on the thing. This is so nice. Such a nice topic. You have me excited. Yeah. So, we have little explanations, as I say, in our own way. So, from listening to my Lord, we're trying to figure out, as the Empress say, how come we don't see the love in certain things, right? So it seems like, our ancestors, they were very good with technology, and as we know by now, they created a lot of these things. And I want to believe that they had created a system where, as the brethren say, you could call it a dark side, whatever, but they had to do what they had to do. They probably created a system, so that we could have this life experience, it's like it's a learning school where they created it into something. It looked like a game, because here is a third dimension and it's a simulated. It's like you have a projection machine and you're projecting something, So I don't have all the answers. We know we still be seeking and finding, but it seems like they cause us to sleep. Just like when you go to bed at night and you're dreaming, you really don't know you're dreaming till you wake up and you say, oh my God, I was in a dream. This is why we have to awake to escape certain things, because things get out of hand, Maybe that's why it could say it's dark, but who knows, God is God. So it causes a kind of sleep, where that sleep is really we in this life experience, using all these technologies as just a technology where how them do it, I don't know, where good and bad is battling here, and like we have to choose, right? So that's the only way I can say we have to choose lessons from the God part of we that, that part my Lord was talking about, and that base self to learn before entering certain realms. We had to, because remember, them have technology, the Most High maybe could have seen the bad in us. And who is who, so you get to play it out, So it's a choice, and we have to learn, we have to advance, and, we can just, I don't know how to say it, but it's a higher realm we have to kind of work towards to have, you have to be good in order to rise. You have to be kind, good. You have to balance yourself, keep progressing and be humble, love, stand firm in this, because it's not easy. It's for our spiritual goodness, the righteousness, So this place seems like it's a school, that here it's to help us to elevate, and we have to bust out, we have to bust out and play out in order to better ourselves. We have to go through the experience, as the brethren say, and sometimes we have multiple lives to do it, as sometimes you have multiple lives to just come and just try to perfect and awake and rise, and be transformed, So earth is good and bad here, so, and it's like the devil is aware, and it's just like a currency. It's like, we have something in we don't have to look for. It's called the Kundalini. A lot of people talk about it. It's like it's a currency. It's something that you have to, that is what I think it's a spiritual currency, and it's I will close here. I think that is what we call salvation. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Heart of love.
Thanks,
Through the chair.
Empress.
Through
Go
the
ahead.
chair.
Go ahead, 3-7.
Yeah,
Yeah,
3-7, go on.
to answer the question still, Empress, I believe, well, the CERN was created as to run tests and make discoveries and all of that, And obviously they must do that first before they put things operational, so things don't backfire and then uncertain on this. So they must run the test first, Right? But I believe the purpose of the CERN is to conjure, right? To what they call magical manifestation. I believe that is what they were trying to do. From observing I and I ancestors, how we do these things naturally, without technology, without materialistic electrical structures set up. We did these things naturally. We stand up in a circle with a fire in the middle of us, and we chant, and we dance, and we manifest. Yeah. So when you look at things like telekinesis, where you move matters and bend matters, and yeah, it is very similar to that same how to describe the antimatter colliding with the matter, right? If we think about all of these things, what our ancestors used to do, right? All the teleporting and the telekinesis, like how we said it, the royal telephone, we communicate upon. Yeah, it's all done through vibration and frequency, but them never understand that. So the scientists look deep into the human structure, because what them say every other day, not every other month, not every other week, but every other day, they are constantly changing their analysis on the human being because they are always coming up with something new that they never understood before. Right? Yeah, so when they search into the human structure, as Priest Earl was saying, you know, they find that you know those spiritual aspects which you cannot see, you know, and as we see that this is the anti-matters what they are talking about, you know. So I think that was the purpose, you know, because they never know how to work it like how our ancestors work it. So I think that was their purpose to try to conjure the conjuring of energy, you know. And it all matters what they want to conjure, whether it's something positive or negative, you know. But we will never know. We will never know what's going on behind closed doors, you know. My Lord, amen.
Give thanks. To the chair. You know, I just find it interesting. I think everyone have given a little piece of their thoughts to make it a little more understanding. It's just, we usually say what is above, so below. And it's just strange that they're going below to seek what is above. So, you know, with all that said, we do have some ones on the live, on the YouTube live. Kevin Smith 479 says spirituality is synonymous with metaphysics, which is to say it's a force that is present in us, but it must be activated or tapped into. And he gives an example like vision, clairvoyance, intuition. He also goes on to say prayer is a verbal outpouring, whereas meditation is an incoming. This is how one can say his or her prayer was answered. Someone else, he continues here to say man's purpose on earth is to use his head knowledge for what it was created for. Fowl of the air, fish of the sea, beasts of the burden, creeping things all have a head that they have to use. This is why man is above all creation. And then another one, Iras says, greetings, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for the EABIC Council of Elders. Give thanks for each and every one. Everyone and the reasoning. All eyes be unto the Most High Jah Rastafari. So we give thanks to those who are listening in. We have about 8 ones online. So give thanks. Pray that you have all understanding as we also seek to gain more knowledge. We all seek to gain more knowledge. And give thanks to all ones who contributed in, you know, answering my thoughts.
Yes.
My thoughts.
I like that, but I like that representation of the that you just read, Empress, from the stream, the brethren. Yeah, he summarized it because that's a concise. He's giving you a concise summary of what he took from the presentation.
Yes,
And yeah, and each aspect that he listed, yeah, I can see that he was listening intensely and getting something from it. So give thanks, my brethren, for responding. Yeah, give thanks.
Rastafari. So I think if we have nothing more, we can let the cruise, you know.
Honorable Chair.
All right.
I know. Yeah, blessed love to the royal house. Give thanks to the reason.
Blessed
love. I think the son is trying to find what King Emmanuel tell I and I. He said, live good in yourself so you could see God in yourself. Now they don't know where God is. They're looking for God. That's why they, according to science with the explosion, That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to see if they could recreate. You know? So as above, so below, and the kingdom is within. And that they can see. So they're trying to find it. They're trying to find the God source. And that's what they can't find. So that's what the Father tells us, that we must have discernment. You see? Even right there with CERN, we have to have discernment too. To know what they're dealing with. They harp they got to cause earthquake. They're trying to manipulate weather. We know exactly what they're trying to do with all them instruments. They're trying to control God world. God, that is just Satan. And like the emperor said, all this space thing, all the stuff that they're trying to go up is going to come to naught. Just like they CERN and they harp and all of that. Bless the love to one another. My Lord and Emperor.
Hey, Majesty family. Oh.
Greetings, royal family.
Hey, Jabari.
I just, know me super late because I just wake up not too long, you know, because I know I go up on the slave ship with them, you know. Stop in early this morning and hold some rest. But we give thanks to all the little piece that we here still, and we give thanks to the glorious. Them say Mother's Day today, but you know, so every day Mother's for your mother for the rest of your life, you know. So we give thanks to all mothers of mothers, you know, and all queens, all feminine energy globally on the earth, you know. Queen Amiga I Selassie I, ja? Rastafari. My Lord and Empress. Bless and
My
salve.
Lord. Bless her.
Yes, God.
Empress Maisie.
Yeah, my Lord, I'm here close with the summary, right? The summary of the day. Hey.
Okay.
Hey, Majesty, may just give thanks to no man. From we start with this reason here, after we bless with mothers and so. And may I listen to the eye, them a reason, you know, the elders, them and so on. A powerful teaching I go through still, you know.
Yes,
Yeah, man, and I just give thanks to the councils, the elders still, you know. And already we are doing every Sunday, we are bring something new, you know, to the family, you know, so that them can sit in and really learn more of themselves and how this world I make up still, you know. With the balance with the man and the woman, you know. You see in family, some of us give thanks to every man point of right, you know. Because there is not a man that speak today that they not say something that is proper. You know, see, and the power for the topic, you see. So me right now, me learn a lot today. I just give thanks. I try remember the item said the 14. And me our anniversary of this great councils of elders and the mightyful, powerful work that I have been doing over the 3 years. You know, teaching one another and doing other things. Some of us give thanks and glorify. I'm happy say I'm a part of it, you know. Yeah, this could bless me. You see it, family. So we just give thanks, you know. Yeah, what's said and done, Majesty. Sometimes you have to be humble, you know. Because when you're humble, you learn. And every little point where you hear, you meditate it and say, yes, you don't see it. That is a good point. So me give thanks to all who have said something. Sister Blora, give thanks, sister. And Sister Trish, glorify me energy. After Mother's Day again, man, we are enjoying yourself, you know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Honorable. How is my Lord?
Yes.
Priest Daniel I is around?
No, Priest Daniel, no, he's not present at this time. He's on the road.
Powerful,
Yes.
my Lord. Powerful,
Yes.
powerful. Yeah,
Yeah,
good job.
man. I will tell him that you checked one in the year, Honorable. So, family, love up yourself, man, and give thanks. Because you know, say we are God and God is of the earth, you know. And no matter what they do, they can know how we make up, you know. Because they know, say we are God and Goddess. You know, see them. I look for the God outside. And while the God inside, I build we. If you know wake up this man, we can't wake. You know, see it. And I know, say we are the God energy. You know, say we love everyone. You know, no say, we just give thanks to everything. Oh. God bless each and everyone, my Lord. And this is the summary of today's meeting. Hey, glorified majesty. Chairman, pick up yourself, yeah? Yes, I bless you.
And Mama Maisie, you're the heart of the council, yeah? Just remember that. You're the heart of the council. We love
My
you.
Lord.
We love you heartically. We love you
I know that.
heartically.
I feel the powers. I know.
You better know. You better know.
And every chair, I just want to seal up my little part and give
Let
my
me say
little
something
last
before
tune.
you seal, because I know when you seal, you're gonna be well sealed. So let me say
Yeah.
something first, please. Please. May
Go
I?
ahead, man. Them say lady before, man, you know. So go through, man. Go.
I don't think that is that. I mean, even though I question CERN itself and the ultimate outcome, I can see where or why, I can understand why they are doing what they're doing to a degree. I don't think that they don't see, or once personally within their spaces don't see the God within themselves. I don't think it have anything to do with that. I think just like the Dugans were able to see, and I think it's Snuckles, if I'm not sure, mention it, that the Dugans could have seen the Sirius A and Sirius B and C with their natural eyes, that and man themselves are unable to do such things is the reason why they may be doing some of what they're doing, so that they can have something tangible that they can say that their race or have done, or that they have seen, or they have created, or found, actually, that they have found within looking for the God particle. It just that it behooves me that with such great technology and the amount of resources that had to have been put into such a program, because we saw what was built, we saw what they were doing and how they're doing it. We know that they're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars to find all these different reasons why the heavens are the way that they are, why there's a black hole, or why there's atoms, or whatever it is that is out in space, while humanity itself is suffering, and we have so much homeless and so much illness and so much things that are going on, that a lot of that money could have been channeled to. I guess that's a different story for another time. But I can understand why the curiosity of man can be the way it is, especially if you have seen others doing it. Just like the priest said earlier, they came to the continent and they got all this knowledge, Aristotle and all these different people, and they received all this knowledge and they took it back as if it was theirs. Knowledge, just like you said, knowledge, our purpose is to gain knowledge. So if our purpose is to gain knowledge, we can't say that another man's purpose isn't to gain the knowledge that they are to gain, that they feel that they should gain also. There must be some kind of contrast and balance. Just hoping and praying that in the reality of it all, that it is for the good and the betterment of humanity itself. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Empress, bless her. Priest Rastafari.
Give
Then
thanks,
priest,
my
then
lord.
Bobo Ken, and then priest as well. Yeah, Bobo Ken and priest as well. Go ahead, priest Rastafari.
Yeah, give thanks. Yes, family, I give thanks for the reasoning. I give thanks that everyone was so interactive in the reasoning, and everyone said something valuable. Nothing was invaluable, or nothing was less than nothing. Everything was. And I will give thanks for the input. Yeah, because the whole reasoning started from with the eye, and the eye have contributed your understanding to it that made the conversation even more fuller. And I will sevens, as usual, I don't have to say too much about the eye. The eye don't know. Yeah, man, love the information, But one person I will have to say something about, And before I say something about that person, Empress Deborah, I hope I say your name properly. Yeah, give thanks for the Empress's contribution, always teasing the mind and causing, different perspectives to be drawn into the reasoning. But the elder priest, even though he only spoke once, he spoke a mouthful, so I guess him don't feel like him have to say nothing more. Seeing, but the mouthful was
That's
a
not
great
true.
give thanks.
I want to say
But
last sentence when you're done.
all right, my lord. But give thanks for the mouthful because it brought several perspectives together, and I am looking forward to listening forward to the taping of it to pull certain things out from the reasoning myself because it's a learning process for all of I and I. And as the saying goes, them out there say you can't teach a whole lion new trick. But yeah, the whole lion they're learning a lot of new trick. We're learning a lot more knowledge, even up in our elder stage here. Our experience and our training has opened I and I to a consciousness. And within that consciousness, we are expressing our understanding. And from that understanding, I am learning every week more and more from the family. And it has been a privilege and an honor to be seated here among the elders. Seeing, so I glorify everyone and the input today. Seeing, and I hope everyone is going away with something more than they came with this morning. Blessed love from it.
My Lord, blessed.
Lord.
Bobo Kem.
Priest Knuckles.
Blessed. Yeah, the bridging very low. I can talk up louder.
Mike, I saw him might stay from over a couple of months now. I saw him might. Blessed him, tell him there's text. All right.
Just unclear there. Just unclear there. Tell it talk again, let's see.
Bobo
Yeah, man,
Ken.
come through clear now. Yeah, come through clear. Speak.
Yeah, give me a moment. Let me speak. Try to keep it short and sweet. Give thanks for the
God,
fact
I get.
that I don't remember if it was Priest Earl or one of the other elders has said that spirit is energy, and energy is spirit, and energy can't die. We are physical beings having a spiritual experience.
I'm not hearing anything, yeah?
Never separate our spirit from our physical. If you ever separate the spirit, really appreciate.
So we are a spiritual being having a human experience,
Yeah.
Spirit cannot die.
Give thanks.
Go ahead, Bobo Ken, and see up.
Precisely, just a moment, I'm going to try and keep it simple, but through this spirit, having a living spirit within a physical body, we have it in the creed that Jah live it and reign. Take every animal, every microscopic organism have that, what they call a God particle, is that essence, that energy, that living spirit, which is Jah.
True.
And I'm going to leave it there because my microphone causing me to shout and the neighborhood are quiet. So blessed heart, I love royal family.
Give thanks, honorable brethren. Yeah, man. Give thanks, Bobo Ken.
Priest Aswad, then Priest Earl.
Self would I like a last word, my lord.
Priest Knuckles, yeah.
Okay,
Priest Knuckles, yeah.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Yeah.
What a great evening of schoolroom. For the man set up a schoolroom that we must learn and we must stick to our points of interest. The objective is we must learn something from what we read. Etymology is important, the meaning of words. The proton is a stable positive charge subatomic particle found in the nucleus in the center of every atom. At a core building block of matter, there is always a charge of plus Le. Elementary charge and is composed of 3 quarks, 2 up, 1 down, held together and glows. The number of protons define the atomic number of an element. Key characteristic: location of the nucleus of the atom, the charge, the positive charge, supposed to be plus 1.602 x 10 to the 19th power. We must learn to read these things and understand the composition, what they are comprised of, because we have to know what we are doing when we are representing the Godhead. We must stick to the points. The mass is approximately 1.627 multiplied by 10 to the 27th power kg, slightly less than the neutron. Stability: free protons are stable, unlike the neutrons. And if you hear they talk about 666, if we know about the neutrons, the electrons, and stuff, we will be able to know how to identify things scientifically, and we'll know how to do things because they use something spiritually too. And everything functions insignificant, and it defines the element, the number of the protons, the atomic number, and it determines which element is an atom and which element is carbon. What is the nucleus, the protons, the neutrons, and we are collectively people getting it together. We must understand hydrogen, what it serves. We must strip ourselves of doubts and understand electrons and hydrogen. It is crucial in chemistry when you don't know what you're talking about and when you don't know what you're reading and how to. So we must go deep. We must use this as a stepping stone, and we don't want this program to be over, so we should bring it back sometime in a month so people could do homework from what we learned today, because I learned so much. I appreciate everything. I'm going a little too long, too far and too wide. At the end of the day, let's just stay strong, radiating, not evaporating, but radiating this energy that we have to do better and to bring it to each other and stay strict to the points of the matter. My Lord and Majesty. Happy Mother's Day to all the empresses. My Lord and my Lord, happy Father's Day, same way.
Yeah, give thanks, my Lord, give thanks, On that note, the woman, that's why the womb is, when they're trying to send up machine up there, it's to pierce through whatever. I don't have all the answers, but pierce to reveal. But what it creates is black hole, as we discuss. And remember, God is the big light, and we are the little piece of that light. So we were with the Most High, that light, before creation. So our chakra system is just, example of that light. It's a circle of light, that is in us. And through that light of God, that it's bright, and it sits at the base, it's within us, but it sits at the base. But one would have had to rise it up, and the chakra rise up to the top, and then you'll have defeated death, or defeat anger and lust and gluttony and heresy and confusion and limbo, and made it out with that God light, and we are born from the woman, If you notice, man, well, we used to, as a nickname, we call the woman part, we say the box, or, the cube. It's the womb, it's mama's womb, So we are the light in the darkness. We are the light, the inner, what they call that third eye. So that God spirit that hovering over the darkness, where, it's like when you go into that meditation, just we close our eyes and we can pick up. It is a frequency we have to feel. Sometimes it's just word and ting, but you have to go in there too, and it's a quietness. It's just your light. It's the sensory of the goodie. So we have to just turn off sometimes, just tune in to that and connect, to that light, that God. And that is what is realms, we become one with the universe. So give thanks, and thanks for your patience, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, I love Empress, Majesty. Priest Knuckles.
Yes, my Lord. Give thanks, just a closing point. His Majesty say in a speech that the Creator will not allow mankind to destroy his creation. So regardless of this technology and advancement, we must remember, say, technology isn't just now. We read about Atlantis and we know that the Egyptian them did have the science of anti-gravity. And when you read in the Kebra the tool that them say them use to build the rock churches was a silent, like a silent way they make noise like jackhammer. Nevertheless, I'm saying that I said to we say, my Lord, evil shall not the violent man to overthrow him. And mankind is like we split, We have those two set of humans that have developed in a split. And those that are taken onto the natural way and the natural cosmic, and those are taken to the artificial life form. And one is going to implode and destroy themselves. So in the Bible, in a Revelation, it talk about the apocalypse. 2/3 of humanity shall be destroyed. And just say when time man done, man will left no one have nothing to do with war or evil no more. So no make it them scary. We did have technology before and it wipe out and come again, My Lord and Empress, blessed love, give thanks. Blessed, heart of love.
My Lord. Honorable Priest.
You and I'm on here.
Oh, I thought you
Your
were going to
time.
say something.
Your time, Priest Earl.
Yes, just to add where Priest Knuckles just said, just so they create a civilization where they astonish them already, whether you want to call it Atlantis or what you want to call it. You know what I mean? Or Tartarum, So that is what they want to create, Yes, could I get a second to seal my lord?
Second.
Yeah,
Is somebody
just
else?
now. 1 minute. 1 minute. Give thanks everyone for the coming together and the adoration of our beloved mothers. And sometimes I have like a little humor. Somebody just want to put a little tongue twister here. What has 4 words, sometimes 9, and never 5? What are 4 letters, sometimes 9, and never 5?
A brain teaser. Good.
Go ahead, please close it up. I don't have to tell you what it is.
Say it again one more time.
What are 4 letters, sometimes 9, and never 5?
Love and
Before,
appreciation.
would it be 49?
Huh? You have to just listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What are 4 letters, sometimes 9, and never 5?
Well, maybe love.
What? What?
Is it love, my lord?
9.
Listen to what I'm saying. What has 4 letters, sometimes 9, and never 5?
Have 4 letters. What have 4 letters? W-H-A-T.
Never 9.
4.
Sometimes 9, and never 5. I will tell you what. Listen to what it is. What? W-H-A-T have 4 letters. Sometimes have 9 letters. And never have 5 letters.
Right.
Oh, good. Well done. Well done.
Is that statement? Is that a question?
I said
Yes, man. Well done. You
Priest,
bold me. You bold me, my lord. You bold me.
Priest, they can't bring it down, my lad.
Could I get a second, please?
Yeah, man. Second one.
Yes, my Lord and Empress, do give thanks to the beautiful reasoning, and give thanks to all the mothers of CLM, Yes, who did brought their children to Rastafari, and here we are today, as I would say, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and in love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard, even here and bay that went down upon the skirt of his garment. As a Jew affirm man, and as a Jew that ascended upon the mountain of Zion, for here Rastafari command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reign the heart of all flesh. How thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. King Emmanuel the seven, Donia God.
Jah.
God,
Rastafari.
the mighty King, even Rastafari has spoken and called the earth from the rising of the sun unto the going down thereof. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, Rastafari shall shine. Rastafari shall come and shall not keep silent. A fire shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempest round about him. He shall call to the heaven from above unto the earth, that he might judge his people. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made an covenant with me by sacrifice. I
And I,
Selassie,
Rastafari.
one perfect love royal family, beautiful reasoning.
My Lord and Empress.
Lord and Empress, Majesty
My
bless.
Lord
Love,
and
love,
Empress.
love. Waiting for the answer.
Rastafari.
Love, love, love.
What are the
Love,
love,
love.
boy?
Empress, bless the Lord.
Love, oh, love, love, my Lord Jabbar.
All powers, my Lord and Empress.
What are the love, Mama?
Please, I mean, yeah, you today,
Waiting for the answer precisely. You did answer, oh.
the answer is a statement,
It's the
is not a
word.
question.
Oh, a
Right.
statement.
What
Okay.
have 4 letters?
I said
Sometimes
one.
have
I
9
said one.
letters. And never have 5 letters.
Never have 5. Yes, I.
Never know.
Well done.
A priest of the
Preacher,
can
I do
answer
give
that,
thanks
not
to you, say.
Jarrell.
It was a beautiful reasoning right there. Sometimes we don't agree, but the reason was so beautiful. One perfect love.
One perfect
My
love.
Lord.
Priest.
Honorable.
Honorable Priest
That's
Earl.
love.
That's why him is the cheer, you know. That's why him is the cheer. The cheer is the cheer. Him head up everything. So the headsman that you know, the headsman, remember that.
So you're saying
Yes,
get
sir.
with this and we can't set out for we though.
Honorable Priest Earl.
In God. You say
Yes,
one
Honorable
perfect love and
Priest
God.
Barry. One perfect love, Dada.
My
Oh,
Lord,
you do.
you seal up, right? All is well.